It's the first match of match day 5, and it's the match between Sierra Leone and Rwanda. Earlier on, I was at the middle with two captains and the match ref to take the toss. It's match day 5 of the West African Trophy, T20I Abuja, and it's the match between Sierra Leone and Rwanda. Sierra Leone captain Lassana Lamine and the captain of Rwanda, Clinton Rubagumia. We also have our match ref here today, Tony Timinadi. Sierra Leone, you are the home team. You'll be taking the toss today. Tails the call. Head it is. Lassana, please come forward. You're winning your very first toss of the tournament. What will you be doing today?
We are bowling.
You're bowling first. And truly, since the tournament started, your best performances have come from fielding first. Do you think today will be a turnaround for your first victory?
Definitely. We are looking forward to see that happen today, you know. Because I think the way the ball plays when we bowl, it's good.
Thank you very much, Lassana. Thank you. I'll have you with me, Clinton. Clinton, for the first time you've been sent into bat. How was that something you prepared for as a team, or you go back to the drawing boards?
We are lucky that we get a chance now to see how we bat fast while the tournament is still early, so we'll make the most of it.
Thank you very much, Clinton. And that is at the middle. Sierra Leone won the toss and they've elected to bowl first. That was the result of the toss. Sierra Leone winning the toss and electing to bowl first. Rwanda winning their first 3 tosses, deciding to field first, losing yesterday's toss to Zambia, but still getting that chance to field first. And today, for the first time in this tournament, have been sent in to bat first. Quickly running you through the team, Lazana Lame, the captain of Sierra Leone, is still in the team alongside Lasayo John, Raymond Kuka, Chenomba, Abbas Blah. Yegbe Jalu starts as well. Abubakar Kamara. Ibrahim Baka comes in place of injured James Bangura. Solomon Williams back in the squad after coming in as 12th man for James Bangura yesterday. John Bangura still starts alongside Mohamed Chiri. That is the 11th for Sierra Leone, and quickly into the 11 of Rwanda. Clinton Rubagumia, the captain. Ignance Oscar this time around is 12th man alongside Francois and Israel. All 3 players not starting. Back into the 11. It's Hamza Khan. Daniel Gumisenge Didier back in the squad after minor absence, missing the last 2 games. Isai still in the team. And Jean Iradukunda, Nadir Mohamed, Emily Rukiriza, Zabi, and Orchid Tunyisenge. That is the team for Rwanda today. We'll come back before the first ball. We're almost to the start of the first inning. Chenoba, the opening bowler for Sierra Leone. Hamza Khan on strike and partners up with Didier, who is a non-strike, missing the last 2 games. Didier is back in the squad. After a minor injury, and he's back. This time opening with Hamza Khan for the 3rd time. Deciding to go with a long off. It's Lazana Lamin, the skipper, who takes that place this time around. After understanding how Hamza Khan plays, tries to find the offside a lot, plays a lot of off drives and cuts between the gap. And an extra covers and long off are the 2 fielders employed outside of the 30-yard circle. And I have here with me a colleague of mine, very able colleague of mine, Shion Ajidagwa. Shion, welcome to the Coms Box this morning.
Thank you very much, Peter. Great to join you for commentary. Great start from Sierra Leone. We are live here at the Package B of the Moshood Abiola Stadium, the cricket ground, venue for the 2nd West Africa Trophy. Among 4 countries, Nigeria the host, Rwanda, Zambia, who are making their debut at this tournament, and Sierra Leone. And after 8 matches, statistics that you can use, 16 innings, 1,827 runs have been scored. We are looking for who gets the 100 wicket, because now we have 99 wickets. 1,680 balls were bowled before, but now it's 1,682 balls, 131 extras, 143 fours, 52 sixes. There have been 7 players that have scored 50 runs, and there have been 6 50-plus partnership and 100-plus partnership. No one has scored a century. 7 maidens have been bowled, 793 dot balls, but when you add these 2, it makes it 795. 42 catches and 1 stumping.
Goes on leg, flicks towards fine leg. Give a big chase there. And Hamza Khan goes off strike. Didier here to face his first ball of this inning.
I'm talking about Hamza Khan, the leading batter. After 4 innings, which today is the 5th, he has 139 runs. Before now, he had 138, and when you add this one, it makes it 139, and a strike rate of 100.93. And for the bowling, it's Prosper Hussaini of Nigeria, who will be playing later this afternoon. 9 wickets from 4 matches, an economy rate of 5.93, and 40 dot balls. But he's been chased by Muhammad Nadir of Rwanda, who has 8 wickets. Bimeimana Zapi, also of Rwanda, who has 8 wickets. And Emile Rukuriza, who also has brilliant shots. Brilliant shots.
Play straight, plays towards the field at long on. Big chase by the captain, Lazana Lamir. Oh, again, another slopping fielding attempt by Sierra Leone. And it's the first boundary that could have been prevented. Adds on the board for Sierra Leone. Hamza Khan off to a good start with a 4 in the first over. Much to the disappointment of the opening bowler, Chenoba. Lazana Lamin could have dealt better, was behind that ball, went down on time, and somehow that ball went underneath his thighs and raced to the boundary.
Peter, if you had seen that again on replay, you admire not only the shot played by Didier Imbikubumana, but the fact that that shot was a brilliant shot and not well timed by the captain Lassana Lamin. The basic that we always advocate, which is the long barrier, should have been employed, but unfortunately it didn't happen. And Didier, who used to be the captain of this side, before that captaincy was considered to Rubagumia Clinton, struck with that wonderful 4.
Yeah, Shima, I agree with you. On that stead, the drive was very lovely. And the fielding should have, the attempt to stop that ball should have been better. Very sloppy. And Sierra Leone is part of the mistakes that we talked about. And I'd asked the Sierra Leonean captain himself, Lazana Lamin, how how hard they've been working to reducing those errors. He assured me that there was improvement, and remains to see how long that improvement how long it's going to take for the improvement to start to show on the field of play.
Peter, if you look at the leading run scorer, Hamza Khan, is a batter that takes time to build his innings. I recall yesterday when they were playing against the Zambians, the man who was on fire was Neo Mugabe Isai. But before we could say Jack Robinson, the next thing was to see Hamza Khan, continue to score those runs, and it takes his time before he scores those runs. But if you now try to do that comparison, this man on strike now that has scored the most runs for now in this game, Didier, if you look at him, he looks like the player who has the intent to go after every ball. He's the more aggressive batter for now.
Yes, Didier certainly is the more aggressive batter, but they haven't batted first all tournament. This is the first time they're batting first. And losing any wickets now could actually put a little bit of unease to the Sierra Leonean bench. Lazana Lamille, the captain, who decided to come this time around as the second opening bowler, with a close chance for a catch. The ball was certainly low, but he could have dealt with it better. And it's one of the things we talked about. You have to maximize your chances. Every extra life you give to the batter is an extra chance to punish the bowling and the field and find the gap. And it's extra life or will go out. Certainly has been attacking the stumps, Lazana Lamin. Two balls bowled, two to the stumps this time around. Lack of aggressive activity on the field sees Rwanda add one more run to the board. Lovely call by Hamza Khan. Still doesn't seem to have picked up the pace yet.
The question I want to ask you is, what were they doing? That ball had already almost become a dead ball, and then loss of concentration, you allow your opponent to take an extra run. Avoidable one at that.
Decides to go outside of off. Hamza Khan makes contact, couldn't beat Solomon Williams on covers. Should have been three dot balls, but that lack of fielding intention saw Hamza Khan come on strike. But Lazana Lamin's over is looking good so far. 2 games ago, this time finds a gap and into extra covers. Second run in this over for Rwanda. 2 games ago, Solomon Williams bowled against Zambia and was hit multiple times to the boundary. And as a result of that, I think that was the reason for his omission yesterday. His replacement, James Bangura, didn't really do much with the ball either, as he was also hit multiple times to the boundary. And that has made the captain, Lazana Lamy, pick up the ball himself to come and bowl. And he's doing a great job so far. Outside of cuts hit at both points, but the extra covers was there on time to prevent 2 runs and a boundary. And Sierra Leone will keep just 1 run on the board for Rwanda.
Yeah, you talked about James Bangura, who made his senior debut yesterday against Nigeria. It's quite unfortunate that it was a debut he wants to forget in a hurry. Yes, with the ball, didn't really do well, but unfortunately, he now had an injury that has kept him out. And I checked up on him. is recuperating very, very fast. He had more like an ankle injury and a sprained shoulder, but the medics were very good in terms of ensuring that that problem was subsided.
Yeah, James Bangura, easy fighter. Picked up that injury, the one to the shoulder, earlier on in the game, and still played on until that attempt to stop a boundary four, which aggravated it. But he's a young chap, and look forward to seeing him again in the tournament. But after 2 overs, lovely over by Arsenal. I mean, it's 9 on the board for no wickets lost for Rwanda. Comes for a second over in the power play.
Brilliant bowling there. A tale of two debut. Lansana Lamin had 4 debutants yesterday against Nigeria. Nigeria just had 1, and that was Ramon Ali, opening batter for Nigeria at under 19, and he took that advantage very well, scoring 64 runs not out, which included 7 fours and 2 sixes, and had a milestone of 100 fours yesterday to emerge player of the match. That's how you take chances. But again, we hope to see what happens later on this afternoon when Nigeria takes on Zambia for take 2 of the 3 matches they will be playing in this tournament.
Big dive by Ibrahim Kwaka. Didn't hold on to the ball, but certainly stopped that ball from traveling beyond him to the boundary. As Rwanda had 2 more runs on the board, as Ibrahim Kwaka struggled to get up on his feet and return the ball to the wicket keeper. Last ball of the 3rd over. Ball sent directly back to him, and Chenoba redirects that ball, giving Rwanda a chance to take a quick single, and that ends the 3rd over. 15 on the board, good start for Rwanda for no wickets lost after 3 overs.
If you put that into context, it means they are going at 5 per over, and if it continues this way, then it means they will be posting 100 runs if there is a little extra that is added to it. But I must say that fine details win matches in any sport, but let's limit it to cricket. Those are balls where you should be stopping and ensuring that those runs are not taken. And into his 2nd over, and he searched for his first wicket today, Lansana Lamin.
walks out of his wicket as that ball goes all the way outside of off, making it near impossible for Hamza Khan to make contact. Lucky one there as he was very close to edging that ball into the gloves of the wicket keeper. A consistent side Sierra Leone being keeping that ball on the off stump. And we've seen less shot go to the off onside in this inning. A long off still in play as well as an extra covers. Looking good. Balls full. And Hamza Khan, the intelligent batter, shows why he's top of the batting chart as he cuts that ball into the gap. Racing all the way to the boundary. 4 more runs. DDA and Hamza Khan taking it slow and steady. A boundary for each. No maximums yet, but certainly they are running in between the sticks. Comes full, too full, but it's not dealt with as Hamza Khan pushes that ball, punches it towards long off, and sends DDA on strike.
And you look at Lansana Lamin, the variation of his bowling sometimes could be too full that the batter will have no other option than to dispatch it in a way he would not appreciate.
Comes full again, but keeps it outside of off, having to make DDA stretch. Not enough power behind that shot, and it's just 1 run.
The previous over for Lansana Lamin was good, but this over is been a bit expensive as compared to the first over. What do you think, Peter?
Yes, it's still a very good start. There has been not too many runs. And it's also a good start so far for Sierra Leone. Usually we see them being all explosive, see them get cooked like Zambia did to pick up their first win. And so this is a good start. 2 catches dropped already, and 1 catch dropped, and a boundary was gifted by the captain himself. He also dropped that catch opportunity. But remains to see how compact their fielding is because we know they are good at the bar when coming in to chase. Just haven't got into that target. The reason why they've had to chase big targets is because of their fielding. And if the fielding is compact today, they might have a chance at victory.
An appeal from Lansana Lamin and his teammates, but umpire Dairu Abib Amoto Enesi not interested in that appeal. And after 4 overs, 22 runs on board, current run rate is 5.74. And if it stays like this, then the projected score will be 115. See that on your screen, the area view of the Moshood Abiola Cricket Stadium, the Package B, beautiful to see. Venue for the 2nd West Africa Trophy, proudly sponsored by Dafabet, Rusa Advisory, Fireflies and Sport Entertainment, Sport Box. We like to say thank you to all, not also forgetting dreamchasers.tv. When you dream chase, you catch. So dreamcatchers.tv.
Basketball, as expected, comes from his favorite end, the house of the rock end. One of their most informed bowler and batter, the Rwanda, has been good with the ball and the bat. Didn't have his day yesterday against Nigeria, but certainly we look to make amends for that been a big man for Sierra Leone side, putting up 25 and 55 in their last two matches, especially against Zambia, where he put up staggering 55, coming in late into the match. But we just know how good the Nigerian side were, and they overpowered him in that aspect.
Yes, yesterday he didn't get a wicket, and with the bat, he didn't score any run, which was below the standard that we know of Abbas Blah.
Yesterday just wasn't his day. Today looks like it's going to be 3 consecutive dots for Basbla, Hamza Khan, the one on strike. He certainly knows how to keep his cool. He's not felt under any pressure. I felt that because since the tournament started, they've had to chase and they've not had to chase much. And and that was the reason for his school. But batting first, he hasn't lost it yet. Still a lot of balls to face. Shuffles out and tries to hit that ball, but the ball comes in contact with the middle of the bat. No power was generated and dies out in the front of Abasbla.
You recall also that when these two teams met on Thursday, the 4th of December, 2025, you were here, I wasn't, but I was following up. The lowest run score that was posted up until now was by Sierra Leone when they batted less than 50. It was about 46, 47 was what they posted that day, and it was easy for Team Rwanda to chase that, and they won by 7 wickets, convincing fashion. We are still in search of who picks the 100th wicket at this tournament. Who gets it? We are on 99.
Speaking of that first match, I remember a very lovely one-hand catch by Lazan Alamin in the mid-off region. A lucky one for Didier as an edge sees that ball go above the wicketkeeper. No fielder was set outside of the boundary behind. No third man, no fine leg, as that was an advantage for Rwanda. Races all the way to the boundary. Thought very fantastic. First 4 balls, Abbas Blah will end his first over, giving out 5 runs, bringing the total for Rwanda to 27 for no wickets lost. Look at that ball again. Not the direction Didier wanted, but the direction he will settle for, as a boundary is a boundary regardless. Ajidaga, do you think as it stands, we alone have a fighting chance of taking a wicket? So far, no team has been able to play out the power play without losing a wicket. Zambia came close yesterday, losing 2 wickets in the final over of the power play. And Rwanda, with 2 comfortable batters, they've not felt under any pressure. Do you think they have what it takes to play out this innings, losing maybe just 1 wicket, just like Nigeria did, or probably not losing any wicket at all?
The man who is coming from the other end, Abubakar Kamara, can answer your question. He has 6 good balls, emphasis on good balls to be bowled, to dislodge either Didier or Hamza. Let's see how it pans out.
6 balls, you said, but I guess it takes only 1. As that first ball and an attempt by Hamza Khan to find the gap, edges it into the hands of the gully fielder. A first wicket for Sierra Leone, a much needed wicket. And now a little bit of money to reward. You just take a look at that ball again. Swings in, and just the bottom end of the bat sees that ball travel behind, as Hamza Khan could only watch in despair as the fielder awaited the ball. Good fielding by Sierra Leone. 1 wicket down, and the final over of the power play. Isai on firm comes in for the first time, we'll be pairing with someone else other than Hamza Khan. Didi is the man in, still in, and will be Isai's batting partner, or at least onto the next fall of wicket.
And he leads on 151 runs after 5 innings. Hamza Khan, and the man who got the 100 wickets at this year's competition, the second West Africa Trophy here at the Moshood Abiola Cricket Stadium, the Package B. Abubakar Kamara, first ball getting into the 6th over, and he got the wicket he wanted. Congratulations, Abubakar Kamara, for getting the 100th wicket of this competition.
A very huge milestone in this competition. Tells you how efficient the bowlers have been, making sure those bills do not stay too long. And that has proved the efficiency. You know, the first 4 matches of this tournament saw bowlers pick up the man of the match awards, but the last 4 as well being picked up by batters. A very even play on the field. Not a good start for Kamara, but that is an extra that Isai will welcome. An extra to start off his inning, adding 1 more run to the board of Rwanda. Kamara Abubakar will need to do better, but with the same line and length he had bowled for Hamza Khan. Same line, different length, but Isai does nothing to the ball as it's a dot ball. A first dot for Isai, first proper ball faced.
This is a game that Lansana Lamin needs so much. Oh, what an opportunity that was. Going down his leg, and the man could do nothing other than just accompany the ball to the boundary. Yegbe Jalo couldn't do anything about that. And the first boundary for Neo Mugabo Isai.
Comes to the leg again and is punished. This time carefully directed. Not a good ball from Kamara. Good ball at a full length and outside of leg. Dealt with as he should. Double boundaries in quick successions for Isai. He should bowl to the field setting. The field was set for the offside, but that field setting picking up his first wicket. And he's bowling against the field and he's being punished now, putting pressure. And now there's a little bit of unease to the Sierra Leone bowling lineup and fielding lineup. And that was the first 4 on the leg, flicked over, short fine leg. And this was the second one. Same thing, dealt with appropriately by Isai. Any more balls on that leg will surely suffer the same fate.
It's as simple as that. When you have more men on the offside, there is no reason for you to go down the leg side where you have fewer men helping you to actualize your goal. A much better comeback from Abubakar Kamara, who was sent to the boundary in quick succession by his side, the new batter.
After being punished twice, correction taken by Abubakar Kamara, finally bringing that ball on the off and seeing that his side couldn't play off of it to dot the last two balls. It's 36 on the board for 1 wicket lost. Sheung's current run rate is 6 per over. Good start. Is there any possibility of Rwanda actually posting more than the projected score on the board?
Impossibility is nothing, and we always say cricket is biscuits, or cricket is like biscuits. No mathematician, be it Pythagoras, the best mathematician, can break biscuit into two equal halves. So you can look at the cup half full or half empty. They could surpass the projected score if the bowlers of Sierra Leone don't bowl tidily, and they might get a reduced projected score if the bowlers bowl well and the fielders field very well. So an opportunity for Abbas Blah to do better than he did in his first over, where he conceded 5 runs. One was a boundary, 4 runs. So let's see what he does again. Now we are done with the power play. The field is open.
Yeah, speaking of open field, this time around with the chance they now have a third man, long off, extra covers, long on. The decision not to have deep mid wickets gives Rwanda the chance to take 2 quick singles. For some reason, Abasgla decided to come on leg. The pace of that ball, the acceleration was the reason Didier didn't send it further than it should. Needs to take correction from Kamara's over or will be punished. Does he come to this wicket? Too many adventurous batting we've seen in this tournament. Trying a reverse scoop, getting himself in front of that ball, Didier. Very lucky, as that missing that ball will have seen his bills fly off the stumps.
And when you talk about king of adventure, for Sierra Leone, John Bangura, he had a lot yesterday, especially from the bowling of the former captain of Nigeria, Sylvester Okpe, who coincidentally was celebrating his date of birth.
Speaking of John Bangura, he had tried something earlier against Zambia. I saw him get caught on fine leg, on short fine leg, and I think he worked on that and was able to penetrate the bowling of the Nigerian bowler, especially the spin bowling of the experienced Sylvester Okwe. It left him, caught off guard at some point. Sylvester wasn't giving him breathing space, but John Bangura did not need that breathing space as he was just being adventurous, reverse sweep, scoop shots, and a lot more. And Abasgla was almost the latest victim. On the leg, way too outside of leg, an extra, very much welcome extra by Didier. 1 more run, 3 more balls to bowl.
He knows to keep working in his first over. He gave out 5 runs. Now into his second over, and the 7th over to be precise. He has given 3 more and 3 good balls to be bowled. Let's see how it pans out. Oh, much better bowling. Didier had no answer to that. Prior to that bowling, Didier was on 100% strike rate, having scored 16 runs from 16 balls. But now he's less than 100% strike rate. He has faced 17 balls and has scored 16 runs. His partner, Neo Mugabe Isai, has faced 5 balls and scored 8 runs. Quick fire.
swings. For the 4 defensive stroke, but that ball came in contact with the middle of the bat, going into the arms of Abuja. Very slow motion. The ball was it was like it paused in the air while coming towards Abuja, and Abuja had time in his hands to maybe adjust and hold on to that ball. 2 quick wickets, both being catches. What does that speak? I do think that there's now an ease on the batting order of Rwanda, or there's still a lot more for them to, sit back and just try and play out. Look at that ball again. Swings in, plays in the middle. But, Didier showed like he was trying to flick that ball. Didn't succeed. And that ball just in slow motion into Abbas Glass grip.
Effort not dissipated at all with that catch by Abbas Blah. It was more like, what you gave me, can you have it back? And just presented that easy catch for Abbas Blah. There was no way he would drop such a catch. That was much more of an easier catch for what was presented to Lansana Lamine, which you said he would drop, but he made effort in stopping it. But I must say, brilliant bowling from Abbas Blah, and the 2 A's have gotten wicket, Abubakar and Abbas. And in comes Daniel Gumuyu Senge. This is the period Peter Abbas can harass Daniel by not staying comfortable in the batting crease, because he's just trying to get acquainted.
Daniel Gumisenge didn't have a really wonderful performance against Rwanda in the first match, getting only 1 run before going out. Was bowled by Abubakar Kamara. And this game, he really needs to step up. Hasn't really been offering a lot with the bat in the tournament. This match will definitely be a very, very big point in turn for Daniel Gumisengi. And that is the end of the 7th over. 39 on the board now, as Rwanda has lost another wicket, taking the total of wickets lost to 2 after 7 overs.
You have to say that was a brilliant over from Abbas Black. In his first over, he conceded 5 runs from his bowling. But the second over was much better. He only gave out 3 runs. And to crown it up, grabbed the wicket. Brilliant from Abbas Black.
Silver Williams is back into the squad, and back on the bowling. The captain has entrusted him with the ball this time around after being exploited by the batting order of Zambia. Willie better off. The last put it outside of very good start. Isai back foot drive towards covers, enough space, and that is 1 more run. Good start by Solomon Williams. Zaki Patel and Asim Ahmed did not leave no stones unturned in Solomon Williams' over, finding several boundaries, including 2 sixes and 2 fours in one of his overs.
The standing umpire, Habib Dairu Amoto Enesi giving that signal of a no ball free hit. And he takes good use of it. First maximum. What an amazing shot there from the man Neo Mugabo Isai.
That wasn't good bowling from Solomon Williams. It was already a no ball. You did not put it in a comfort zone, taking that ball to leg, the same region where Isai had punished Abubakar Kamara on several occasions. And you give him that place again on and over, and this time shot on good length, all the time to go on one knee, and Isai dealt with it appropriately. First maximum of this match, first maximum of the day also. Not a very good comeback into the bowling order by Solomon Williams.
And to put it into proper context, that is the 53rd 6-6 we have had at this second West Africa trophy. And after just 3 balls, Solomon Williams has given 9 runs, which is quite expensive. And he needs to do better. And the only way to do better is get dots or wickets. Great fight back from Solomon. And when you look at the scripture, the man Solomon has a lot of wisdom. And he is applying the wisdom into his bowling. After that maximum, the first one for the day.
A good comeback by Solomon Williams, giving out a no ball in one of his first set of balls, and the maximum that followed is both 3 dots. Isai just hasn't really been very, very offensive on that offside. Majority of his big shots have come towards the onside, and it remains to see if she alone bowling setup have picked up on that, or they might give him more chances at exploring the deep ends of the leg side.
Peter, while I would like to agree with you, but you have to also give credit to Neo Mugabo Isai, the way he is thinking about this game. And when I mean thinking is, he knows Daniel Gumiyusenge is not as good in batting as he is. So what he has done is to continue to count that ball so that he will be the one on strike and continue to take the responsibility. But let's see what happens after 8 overs, 49 runs for loss of 2 wickets. The 2 wickets of Didier Indibikumana and Hamza Khan. And the current run rate is 6.13. The projected score has gone up again to 1.23. And let's see whether Abbas Blah will be the one to send Isai back to his teammates, or Isai will send his ball to the boundary.
Consistent 0-1 run. Daniel Gumisenge hasn't really been consistent. 1 run in the first game, and then put up something tangible in the next game against Zambia. didn't really do too much the following game against Nigeria. Stepped up against Zambia yesterday. And it's been one game in and one game out. Probably going to double up on that today or less. Remains to see. 2 runs so far for Daniel Gomisenge. 17 for Isai.
Talking about 2 runs, that's the total number of runs he has considered in this over. Abasbla. Oh, that was close shave. Close shave there. You have to feel sorry for Abasbla. But Isai wouldn't mind whether a proper shot or an improper shot. As long as the runs continue to rack up, that's all that matters.
Blessed are the humble, for they shall be exalted. He just wanted to block that ball and protect his wicket, and that ball edges the back of the bat and traveled all the way to it for a maximum. A reward for humble and decent approach. Closes the gap again, but doesn't find the region he was looking for. Abad's been very consistent with those in-swing balls and not letting the movement of the batter distract his line.
Call it a fortuitous 4 from Isai. He wouldn't mind.
A good lane heavy on the deck as that ball came high towards the chest. Of Isai, who ricocheted that ball towards backward point. One more run. Daniel comes on strike for the last ball of the 9th over. Almost into the water breaks to give the chance, both teams a chance to re-strategize and come up with new ideas collectively. A choke play. Bat missed the ball midway, just above the fielder. And there was no one in the 30-yard as both infielders, mid-on and mid-off, had been expanded towards the outside ring. 1 run, Daniel Gomisenge plays that last ball and we come on strike for the next over.
And I must say that was strategic for Sierra Leone. They would prefer Daniel to be on strike rather than Neo Mugabu. Lansana Lamin entrusts him again with the ball, hoping giving him the ball will amount to Solomon that is expected to have so much wisdom with his bowling to get the 3rd wicket and probably the wicket of either Daniel or Isai.
He will start off with Daniel's wicket. Similar attempt at the same ball that took Hamza Khan out. The same technique to try and play it through the gap as that ball goes into the hands of the fielder. Back-to-back catch for the fielder at Gully.
Mohamed today was that man who got that ball. And just when I said I requested something from him or the captain requested something for him, he delivered.
No, second chance for Solomon Williams and he's taking it. Very much important wicket. Another wicket for the last time Rwanda lost wickets, so many, was against Nigeria, losing 7 wickets. And this time around, batting first seems to not be their niche. Rwanda have shown to, bat comfortably when chasing. And now coming to bat first, you don't know what targets you can hold your opponent to. You don't know what target they might be able to chase. And Sierra Leone have been very good chasers, not really been good on the field. And now they seem to have been better off their in the previous 4 matches, improving game by game by game. And remains to see whether they will get rewarded for that long trials and tribulations that they've gone through.
You can say that again, Peter. And just maybe that wicket of Daniel Gumuyisenge, who is yet to impress Peter. Neither has he impressed me, or has he impressed the captain who entrusted him with the bat to go and do it. I'm talking about Ramagumbia Clinton.
That edge again. Straight, there was no stress for Mohamed Chiri. That ball just comes and approaches him, screaming "Daddy, Daddy" as he holds on to that ball. It's now early into the water break as there was a drop of wicket. No need waiting until the 10th over. Now a little bit of chance for both teams to re-strategize. Already into the middle order.
But don't you think Daniel went for that ball he was not supposed to go for? Reminiscent of what you saw of Selim Salah, who is having a tournament to forget by virtue of what happened yesterday. He chased a ball that looked more like a wide and almost immediately just edged that ball and scored just one run. It looks almost like the same thing that Daniel went for a ball that he was supposed not to go for.
Yes, I had mentioned it yesterday that because it's T20, most teams see it as a very short game, but it is long enough for you to lose your wickets. That ball should have been let to slide by Daniel Gumisenge. Didn't do a really good job. If you want to make contact, be very intentional about it. There was a little bit of hesitation from Daniel Gumisenge, and that hesitation cost him and the team a wicket. Orchid, the new man in, Orchid to Yisenge. Go start for Solomon Williams. Same line, same length, dealt with differently by Orchid. Quick feet by Isai. Short man not letting his height determine his speed. Very, very quick on his feet. Ian Hamza Khan have been very excellent with running in between the stick. Didn't have a chance to partner with him again in this match, but certainly is looking to build a partnership with Orchid.
Chide Tuisenge was almost going to run out Neo Mugabo Isai. Apparently, the pickup by Mohamed Toure to John Bangura wasn't that quick. The reason he is still batting. Else, if he had been a quick pick and straight to the wicket keeper, Isai could have been back to the pavilion. But Isai continues to bat and Solomon continues to bowl.
Found his line. Been bowling perfectly well outside of the stumps. Comes for the stumps and Isai sends that ball to the boundary. Straight between the middle of long on and long off over the bowler. Shimo Williams trying to come in variation, this time coming for the stumps. And we could just watch that ball travel. Big chase given. Oh, no, you shouldn't. Oh, no, you shouldn't, Solomon Williams. Kept on drifting and drifting, coming from off to the stumps, and the stumps to the leg. Lovely flick by Isai. Finds himself another boundary to his power side. Not looking good for Solomon Williams. Picked up a very important wicket of Daniel Gumisenge. the longer his side stays in the popping crease, the more comfortable he gets. And the moment he gets comfortable, it won't be easy for the Sierra Leone bowlers.
Back-to-back fours. He likes to do that. He did it to Abubakar Kamara. He's doing it to Solomon Williams. And for Solomon now, he needs to put on the thinking cap and think like a Solomon that is wise, but with the ball.
Leaps to meet the ball at the right height, but couldn't cut it between the fielder Agoli and backward point Raymond Kuka with that good throw. And we're at the halfway point of this inning, 66 for 3 wickets lost after 10 overs.
And it must be said that the two top batters now at this tournament are from Rwanda, just like the second, third, and fourth bowlers at this tournament are from Rwanda. Mohamed Nadir, 8 wickets. Bimeimana Zapi, 8 wickets also. And Emile Rukiriza, 7 wickets. And the man who is stopping will play later this afternoon, Prosper Hosseini. But I've seen the Zambians arrive for take 2 with Nigeria. They had the first game against Nigeria on the 4th of December. Nigeria winning that by 19 runs. Let's see how it pans out today. It will be first versus third.
Oh no. For a catch, but it won't matter as that ball was a no ball. Raymond Kuka with another, Mohamed Turi with another no ball. No ball in the previous match, and no ball now as a spin bowler. The reason for that being more fielders outside of the 30-yard circle, having 6 outside of the 30-yard. The correction has been made to that. That extra life doesn't really get to the gap he finds as deep mid wicket was in place. The Sierra Leone lineup initially disappointed that catch was dropped at backward square leg. But the umpire score was a relief for the fielder. Orchid approaches the ball, cops the spin before any turn could be accomplished. A dot. Played on the back foot.
Well, good comeback. But if I may ask you, Peter, are you not a bit worried that the total of no balls that have been experienced have been largely from spinners rather than pace bowlers?
Yeah, it was a matter of concern, given that 2 of the no balls that were given in this tournament were as a result of more fielders outside than it should be. And the rest have been from overstepping, and largely have all been spin bowlers. Only one pace bowler has bowled from overstepping. It is unusual, but it certainly is not impossible. Give a good chase, Chenoba. Didn't let that ball go to the boundary. Courtesy of the fact that it was a spin bowler. A pacer would have had, and the fielding setup would not need to chase that ball as it was destined for the boundary.
It was even a wide.
And a wide ball at that, a wide one. side not feeling tempted. And that ends the 11th over. 71 for just 3 wickets lost for Rwanda. Good start, good strike rate, a lot of wickets still to go. Sierra Leone will need to get into the tail end as fast as possible to keep these runs at a chaseable point. Any more wickets, the longer this wicket stands, the more comfortable the Rwandan batters get. And it's just a matter of time before we see that explosion. And the explosion Sierra Leone haven't really dealt with so far in the tournament.
Talking about the explosion, one man that I've seen a couple of times, both in Nigeria and back at the Gahanga Cricket Stadium in Rwanda, is Ochide Tuisenge. He's an explosive batter also, but I've not just found his rhythm, though he's on 100% strike rate, where he has faced 3 balls and scored 3 runs, and the projected score has gone up again to 133 because the current run rate is on 6.67. And this is one area Lansana Lamin must be concerned that at some point in time it was looking more like they had the Rwandans locked down, but gradually they are releasing themselves in a very big way. But if I may ask, what did Lamin tell you that they want to reduce our opponents to, so that we know whether he's still right on track or not?
I didn't really ask Lamin that question, but it should be somewhere below 140 as their minimum chase has been 141, and that was against Nigeria while chasing 177. And it has to be below 140 as they've proven that their batters can hit when coming with a target to face.
But don't you think that 140 looks a bit difficult? They want to go for 2, but no is the call. Looking at the kind of bowlers that these Rwandans have, from Muhammad Nadir, Emile Rukiriza, and also forgetting Bimei Manazapi and a host of them, even the captain.
Tries to cut through the covers. As that ball back of the bat goes behind the wicketkeeper. Lovely chase by Abuja from Gully. That's 2 quick runs. Ochid back on strike. Yes, not ruling out the bowling efficiency of Rwanda. Getting Sierra Leone all out, especially in their first encounter in this tournament. And you need to also give a little bit of kudos to the Sierra Leone batters who have shown improvement so far as each game passes.
And I agree with you, but they will need the likes of Yegbe Jalo, John Bangura, Abbas Blah, Kamara, Raymond Coker to be in the game and bat very well.
Yeah, that exactly is true, Sheon. That is true. As all those batters you mentioned have not been consistent together. It's always one person having to carry the team. Yegbe John Bangura did it in the first game, couldn't do it in the next. Yegbe Jalo did it in the next game, couldn't do it in the following game. It's just a lot of inconsistency that follow the team. And they really need to come together and build up that consistency as a team if they want to help the team in putting something on the board. 12 overs gone so far. It's just 77 on the board, 3 wickets lost.
But that was a good over from Raymond Coker in the 12th over. 4 runs given and was quick. And when you talk about quick spinners who try to get the job done as quickly as possible without wasting more time, credit must go to the former captain of the Yellow Green, Sylvester Okwe. He does it as quick as possible. And back again is Ture Muhammad. and we hope to see what he will do.
You're more interested in what he will do, but Isai has shown you what he will do instead. Picking that slow ball above square leg, sends it all the way to the boundary, deep mid wicket. Gave it lovely chase, but couldn't get to that ball first. That ball was short, seen the turn, and reacted. Late reaction, but sends the ball all the way to the boundary as well. Isai was the best batter in the local league at Rwanda. For some reason, since coming to this ground, has made it his home and has been very comfortable in the batting crease. Earlier in the tournament, I felt he was complimenting Hamza, but it seems like Hamza was complimenting him. He's been here every game, putting up double figures for Rwanda. Hasn't gotten his 50 yet, but will soon. While waiting for that 50, he will have to get himself another replacement as Orchid loses his wicket, misses the ball, misses the trajectory. Mohamed Turi picks up another wicket for Sierra Leone.
And you look at that bowling from Mohamed Toure, you find out that the man who is taking that unhappy walk back to the dugout, Ochide Tuizenge, had no answer to that bowling. You see that again on replay. Just got the wicket he wanted. That turn was unbelievable. And you talk about Niyo Mugabo Isai, Peter. The man is gradually breathing down the neck of Hamza Khan, just as the likes of Emile Rukiriza, Muhammad Nadir, and of course Bimeyi Manazapi are bringing down the neck of Prosper Hussaini when it comes to bowling. He has not scored a 50, but he wants to join the growing list of players who have scored 50, and he's just 10 runs short of that. So let's see whether today is just the day for Niyo Mugabo Isai. But in comes Rugamumya Clinton, the captain of the side.
Orchid didn't step out to play that ball, and Clinton Rubagumia, with the wisdom, came and approached this ball himself. Quick single. Sean, you mentioned about the batting chart earlier, and it's actually a very big surprise that Rwandan batters are topping that chart, given that they've had to always come in and chase, and the runs they've had to come and chase has not been too many. As the highest runs that they have come to chase was 119 by Nigeria. Big slash by Isai, just couldn't beat the mid wicket. And that ends the 13th over. 84 on the board. Isai stays on strike for 4 wickets lost.
To be honest, we see you, the head of the ground staff here, Francis Atsega from Uganda. Yourself and your team are deeply appreciated. Just like we appreciate the director for production, Peter Waswa, and all those who are behind the camera, from Derek to Eiz Wadiale to Charles. You talk about Nigeria, you have to be a bit disappointed with the likes of Sulaiman Rushewe, Selim Salau, Daniel Agekum, and the other batters who should be giving these players a run for their money.
Isai waits for that ball, tries to cut it. Mohamed Turi is good with the ball. Got that wicket, picked up a catch already for the team. Raymond Kuka, the bowler off to a good start. That late bounce, Isai had to take his head away. Sierra Leone fielding setup has been set up in place should in case Isai try to go big. Plays into the gap. There was a deep point. Raymond Cooker has to keep all those balls on the offside as there is no fielder on the fine leg region. The fielder on the leg side, just 3 fielders, and that is a short mid covers, a long on, and deep square leg. Flicks any ball towards the leg region and flicks from the batters will see that ball race all the way to the boundary. Good consistency from Raymond Cooker bowling to the field.
Another threatening the captain, Rubagumia Clinton, and ensuring he doesn't find joy in the batting crease. And they want to run. A runner chance. Yes. The search to play 50 is still on. What a miss opportunity. The hand on the head from the bench of Rwanda says it all. He has been very, very close. It takes 2 to run, but they knew where they were targeting. That again on replay, a bit of hesitation. Brilliant eyes. Modupe Ashafa had to do what she had to do. Sad way to be out, Peter.
Yeah, Isai has been really confident. You know, he's been running between his sticks. Several chances. He's been like a cat with 9 life. Those run out chances in the tournament so far. This time around, he instigated the run. He called Clinton Bagumia for that quick run. Clinton of glide, but his quick feet were not quicker than the hands of John Bangura, who dislodged those bills and was happy to see the umpire's finger go up in the air. Emile, good with the ball. Remains to see how good he is with the bat. Quick start sends Rubagumia on strike after cutting that ball into the gap to the deep point. And that ends the 14th over, 86 on the board for 4 wickets lost.
Peter, he was 8 short of scoring half century and 10 short of equaling his other teammate Hamza Khan, who is on 151, but eventually he finished on 141 and scored 42. And up until when Emile came on, he was still feeling sad. He was very unconsolable. Isai.
It's personally as an individual batter, it is heartbreaking. Falls on deaf ears, umpire rejects it. Personally, as I was saying, it's heartbreaking to go out when you're above the 40-run mark, but there has not been any bigger heartbreak than that of Vincent Adewoye, who went out for 49, one shy of a personal best. This time the contact is the bat and not pad. Emile, second chance and uses it well. Protects his stumps. Good call by the umpire. Certainly wasn't coming to the stump. Scott sits into the gap. Golly gives a big chase. Does he get the ball? Yes, he does. Channel Bauer, a little fumble, but picks it up anyways.
And that's 2 extra runs added to Emile Rukiriza, who has faced 5 balls and scored 3 runs. And just when Isai lost his wicket, the Nigerian cricket team, the host team, arrived and the table toppers for their game against the Zambians.
Emile really hasn't found his rhythm yet. Playing late, all his approaches to the balls have been late reactions. He's allowing that ball turn before approaching the ball. He should really come and attack the balls. We always almost into the last 5 overs of this game. This time around, he does approach the ball and he gets a run. No, he will get 2 as a result of that. Ends the 15th over and they are into 90 runs. 5 more overs to play. And Rubagumia Clinton are the 2 batting pairs in the pitch right now for Rwanda.
It is clear that with these 2 batters, they are not big hitters, no disrespect to them, from Captain Rubagumia Clinton, who has faced 4 balls and scored 1 run, to Emile Rukiriza, who has faced 7 balls and scored 5 runs. They will always be looking for those singles. Oh, what a brilliant shot. Just when I was talking about him, he answered me in a very spectacular fashion. And that's Captain Clinton. See that again on replay to help you appreciate that shot. Peter, that reverse sweep from the bowling of Raymond Coker.
John Bangoya's favorite shot was played right in front of his eyes. It's an intelligent third by the captain. That ball was coming in. The only option he had was to flick it, and there was not enough distance to flick to. A rat sweep. Definitely smart choice of shot. Is this another run out? No, it's not. Clean pickup by Mohamed Ture to get another run out, but faster running from Emile than Isai. And Emile will be on strike.
At this juncture, they need to cut down on those runs because they know that whatever they reduce them to is what they will be fighting for going into the second innings. They want to go for 2 runs at every point in time. Misfielding, this is avoidable, and they should not allow these 2 batters, Emile and Clinton, to get settled into this game. 97 for 5 after 15.3 overs. They want to continue to take advantage of every ball. No more dot balls. That's the intent for now.
This is the stage where you start to explode as a batting side in an inning. And Sierra Leone already starting to make mistakes again. They've been tidy so far, at least for a while in the last 7 overs, been tidy. No slip-ups and no unnecessary boundaries were awarded. But it seems like they're starting to sleep again. Over Abubakar Kamara with a big stretch. Or wasn't enough. Rookie Riza Emile playing on the back foot and with a lot of intention. 4 more runs as Rwanda crossed the 100-run mark. 101 now on the board for Rwanda. Last ball for Raymond Kuka of his third over.
By all standard, a bit of expensive over from Raymond Coker. See that again on replay. The fielders were helpless. The only thing they could do was just go get the ball from the boundary. And after 16 overs, 101 Dalmatian, they call it, They are 101 runs for loss of 5 wickets. Their current run rate is 6.31 and the projected score is 126. That is one area that they need to watch out for. If they cannot get the wicket, they should get the dot balls and probably ensure that their opponents don't score up to 120, which is something that they can bank on to defend or maybe to surpass going into the second innings. Because for the batting side, they want to defend whatever runs that they score, and for the fielding side, they want to surpass that run.
The last time I saw Rwanda under this less runs after 15 over was against Nigeria. Goes big. Does he find the boundary? It's still inside the circle. Is it a catch? Yes, it is. Yes, it is. It is a catch. Better fielding from Sierra Leone all than we've seen all tournaments. And they will celebrate that wicket. A big catch at the deep mid wicket. Rookie Riza Emile is the man to go out. Not impressed. And Michael will come in now for Emile. Very wonderful catch in the deep. Ibrahim Parker back into the team. He was the 12th man. Or 13th man, I'll call him. And today he is back in and is rewarded that feat or a big catch at the boundary. Any mistake in that ball would have traveled for probably a maximum.
You saw what he did. He was underneath it and the whole team was anticipating that catch, and you saw the joy on his face and in his dance step to say, I got that wicket, and more importantly, the wicket of Emile Rukiriza, who was finding joy in the batting crease. In comes a new batter.
A new batter, you see, looks comfortable, I'll call it. The field attempt by Emile was given a pass as Michael sends that ball to the boundary.
Jean-Michael Irakunda dispatches that for maximum to the delight of his teammates. He knows there's no more time, so he just wants to come and blast. And if in the process he loses his wicket, you know he has tried his best.
Trying to go to the offside. That was that 6. Very similar ball to the ball that took out Emile. Puts it in his comfort zone. Is it back maximum? Yes, it is. Should have brought that ball from outside off in. If Irakunda Michael all the time he needed in the world. As all he had to do was just sit back and wait and rip the fruits off his label. And that was that patience. The fruit was the patience. And that ball traveled all the way to the boundary for maximum.
Mohamed Toure didn't think it through at all. I must say that while you understand that towards the end of an innings, batters usually go for the bowlers, I would have expected more wisdom in the bowling from Mohamed Toure, and that was well dispatched by Iradukunda Michael Jean, who is on 300% strike rate. having faced 4 balls and scored 12 runs, which included 2 maximum. Absolutely brilliant.
Chenoba coming for his third over. Chenoba picked up the first wicket of the tournament yesterday, bowling a lot of overs since the start of the tournament. Didn't pick up a wicket and was very instrumental. Very good economy. Very important wicket to kick off, his momentum. And he hasn't picked up one yet, but will look to do so. Will he get it now? Bowls outside of off. Understands the assignment. Rwanda haven't really dealt with balls coming just outside of the off stump. They've dealt with balls going outside of the fourth stump region, cutting it in between the gaps. But balls coming just slightly outside of, they've not really combated that properly. And Chenoba understands that. It remains to see if he will be consistent with that line or might just give them more food to feed off.
They want to do 2, and they will make comfortable 2, but can they turn it into 3? No easy call. Else, you might just be taking a long walk back to meet your teammates at the pavilion.
That is good That is good thinking from Clinton Rubagumia. The captain understands. He understood that shot, ball's going outside of the off, and not his favorite shot. And what he does is he goes, approaches it, and closes the gap, pushes his wicket line, and benefited off of that. Good stop by Chenoba, coming from over the wicket, a big stretch to the onside of the batter to prevent any chance of a run. Clinton stays on strike and now is below the 100 strike rate.
3 more good balls to be bowled, and that will bring us to the end of the 18th over. 2 more overs for the first innings of match 9, day 5, Sierra Leone versus Rwanda. You shouldn't do that. You shouldn't do that. You don't do that. And I'm sure in his head, he will be asking himself, what did I just do? What did I just do?
Bowled it too full. Had no reason coming towards the leg side, and he came at the leg side and came very full. Clinton dealt with it amicably. Over fine leg to the boundary, 4-4. And Rwanda, Sierra Leone's problem today doesn't seem to be the field setup, but the bowling line and length and choice of pitch. Yegbe Jallo is being sent to the deep fine leg as the third man is being brought into the 30-yard circle. Abbas Blah. And play will continue. Picture of body line says Yegbe Jallo. Fixed the line as they settle for 1. And Michael will finally come on strike in this over of the last ball. Facing pace bowling for the first time in this inning since coming on after feasting off Mohamed Turi's last over.
And the captain, after that run out from his side, decided to take responsibility. Gives it a huge slap. You can see from his intent, very clear, very aggressive. Reminds you of what Didier Ndibikuman was doing when the game started.
Didier just couldn't find his rhythm too long as he was caught out. Now that ends the 18th over. It's 122 on the board. 6 wickets lost.
The projected score is 137, and they are on 6.83 current run rate. We are into the penultimate over, and Abbas Blah has been given that responsibility. They know he's highly intelligent and one of the vastly experienced player in the Patriots team. He has an opportunity to do damage with the ball.
Abuja picked up a wicket in every single match except against Nigeria yesterday, and he's picked up one today. Very good economical bowler. Hasn't really has had a good line and length. Hasn't really been played much to the boundary. There's very good momentum for the Sierra Leone fielding side currently. What they need is to keep these runs below 140 on the pad, but that ball was bowled towards the leg. Even the bowler knew there was no reason to appeal. Do not play, John Bangura. You will be punished. As a little bit of cheeky display from John Bangura, almost saw Rwanda take up a chance to turn one run into two.
Taking advantage of every ball is what they are trying to do. They are almost at that stage. 2 runs from 2 balls from the bowling of Abbas Blah. And they go for another one from 3 balls bowled, 3 runs made. They would prefer singles to boundaries. But with a player like Jean Michael Iradukunda, you can be rest assured of someone who might send the ball to the boundary. Oh, just when I was talking about him, Abbas Blah sent him to the boundary. And when I mean boundaries, he has to walk across that boundary rope to go and meet his teammates. Peter, I was expecting to send the ball to the boundary because of his aggressive nature. But Abbas Blah said, I will send him to the boundary where he has to walk out and go and meet his teammate, because there's no way you go out of the cricket pitch without walking past the boundary.
That ball comes from the swing, coming from out towards the wicket, and that shot was the right shot but went a little too early. There was no contact, and now a wicket lost. Nadim Mohammed, a very efficient bowler, will be coming to bat for the second time in this tournament.
Did he say efficient? Efficient playing at this number?
No, I mean as a bowler, not as a batter.
Okay. But again, you cannot take anything away from him. Sometimes tailenders can be very, very stubborn. And when I mean stubborn, you find their wickets difficult to get, and they continue to do what they are doing. And I want to take you back to sometimes a match when Nigeria hosted the under-19 qualifiers, Nigeria versus Namibia. It was the tailenders that won the game for Namibia.
Well, this tailender might have to find his line as Abbas Blah bowls from over his wicket and swings it out of the reach for Mohamed Nadir. Clinton Bagumia will have to tactically control the rest of this game, the rest of this inning. As under 26 is defendable, but it's still below what Sierra Leone has chased in their last 2 matches. Good line, kept that ball low. Ends the 19th over with a wicket. It's 126 for 7 wickets lost for Rwanda. 1 more over until the end of the first inning of match 9.
And it must be said that Abbas Blah has bowled his final over. 4 overs, 18 runs, 2 wickets, no maiden. Credit must go to him for the way he has bowled. And Lansana Lamine will have a captain's battle. And who wins this captain's battle? What a sheer coincidence. Peter, captain of Sierra Leone, wears jersey number 10. Captain of Rwanda wears jersey number 10. The captain of Rwanda is Rubagumya Clinton, and the captain of Sierra Leone is Lansana Lamine. He has an opportunity to claim one over his other captain. He has gotten one over him today, Peter, by winning the toss and electing to field. He can get another one by getting his wicket. Who wins this battle? Will it be the bat or the ball? The final over will decide.
It's a battle of two captains and battle of number 10. Lassana Lamy getting the
For part 1.
part 1.
I mean part 1 but 1.
5 more to go.
5 more good balls to go. It might still be Clinton that will win this battle. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, he got the wicket of the captain of Rwanda, which meant he has done 2 out of 2 against the other captain. He won the toss and, of course, got his wicket. Rubagumya Clinton, 16 runs from 15 balls, has to take a long walk.
Yeah, the stance of Rubagumya on that stumps, came outside of his off, came blocking his off stump, and Lazana Lamy took advantage of that, put that ball, swinging it outside of the leg, making it almost impossible for the hands of Clinton Rubagumya to make contact. Very, very, very good bowling from Lazana Lamy. 4 more balls, 2 captains battle, and it's Lazana Lamy who has the last laugh. Zappy, the pace bowler, opening bowler for Rwanda, having to bat for the first time in this tournament. Finally getting a taste of his own medicine. And he goes out of the first ball. It's Alien not doing a good job in adding to this total. Zappy came and goes out as soon as he comes in. Mohamed Nadi still on strike, still off strike, facing the last 2 balls in the previous over of Abuja. As in not any runs on the board, I might have to wait a little longer. Ignance, another bowler, another opening bowler for Rwanda, comes in as the last wicket. This was the first wicket outside of leg. Decision to come from around the wicket, paying off for Lazana Lamy, as that extra swing from the arm also changes the direction and trajectory at which the ball comes from. And now I'm swinging out, the ball swinging in. Zappy could do very little. And now has tasted his own medicine, knows what it feels like as a batter to seal those wickets fall. And Ignance will come. First match between these two, all wickets of Sierra Leone were taken for much, much lesser runs. But now, Sierra Leone, even though the runs are high, but they'll certainly have eaten into every single wicket, making sure every single player has stepped on the crease for Rwanda.
An opportunity for an hat-trick of a wicket! The first player to get an hat-trick! Ladies and gentlemen! Lansana Lamine record at this tournament. First player to get an hat-trick. 3 balls, 3 wickets. What a story. Congratulations, Lansana Lamin. He had to save the best for the last. What a story. Lansana Lamin. That name. Put it down in your diary. Ladies and gentlemen, that is the story. 127 runs is the target for Team Sierra Leone to get their first win. And for Team Rwanda, they need to protect that 126 runs that they have posted. Over to you, Peter. My job is done for now. We'll be back for the second innings.
Thank you very much, Hero, and thank you to the sponsors, Alphabet, Spotbox, Fireflies, and Dreamcatchers.tv. This tournament was made possible, and it's even blooming thanks to the sponsors. Interesting inning between Rwanda and Sierra Leone. The decision to bat first seems to field first seems to have paid off for Sierra Leone. Rwanda wearing to go with the bat. As we know, the team is very, very good when it's time to field and bowl. Well, you know, as the saying goes, who bats bowls, and who bowls will certainly bat. It means to see if there'll be more consistency from the batting setup of Sierra Leone. I haven't really been too consistent with the bats, but this is a chance to pick up their first win. See you at the start of the second innings. 126 for all wickets lost. Sierra Leone needing 127, the lowest that they will have to chase in this tournament to win their first match. second inning is about to start. Sierra Leone have come in to bat. And they will be chasing 126, needing 127 to win. It's the lowest they've had to chase. The previous lowest been 177, and they could only chase with 141. And today they've been given a new test and a much more lesser total to chase. It remains to see if Yegbe Jallo, currently with the highest individual score in this tournament, 72, will replicate that from match day 3. Hasn't really picked up from it as he couldn't follow it up with the next match day in the game against Nigeria. And it will look to continue from that. John Bangura is his batting pair. Zappi, who forcefully had to contribute to Lamin Yamal Lasana's hat-trick wicket, starts off. Little slip by Didier, and John Bangura calls for a run. Successful as he goes on strike. That is why he is the opening bowler for Rwanda. Benyama Zappi wasn't too good with the bat, but certainly knows how to find the stumps with the ball. Outside of off, that ball with a big bounce. Unlike Sierra Leone, who kept their fielders on the offside for most of the power play and towards the end of the second inning, of the first inning, Rwanda do have a deep point and a third man, a deep square leg and a third man. But that is not the way John Bangura goes for as he picks it into the deep, 404, one bounce to the boundary. And now Rwanda, for the second time in this tournament, will feel pressure. First time being against Nigeria in the second innings when they came to bat. An unsuccessful inning, I'd say. This first time in this tournament that they failed to chase. This time they've been sent in to bat first. And now being the bowling side, they've been caught off guard. Zappi again. Similar bar as the first. John Bangura not wanting to take chances, just wants to run as the ball comes. Jigwe Jallo has to be the one to make those tough calls now. He may be quick, but it's not as quick as John Bangura. And he running to the danger end was an unnecessary risk. A dot of the fifth ball. 5 runs so far to start their chase. Calm your nerve, John Bangura. And then to the first over, 5 after 1 over completed. John Bangura with 100% strike rate. Yegbe Jallo goes off strike and comes on strike to start The second over Ignance. Will come the left-hander pace bowler. Has improved since the start of this tournament. Doesn't really bowl too many wides. Extras have really cut down for Ignance. 123 will be needed of the next 114 balls. Not too much, but we've seen a team unsuccessfully chase 119. And that team is here today to defend 126. It was bull shots. Lucky for Ignance. That ball wasn't properly dealt with. Didn't make the right contact with the bat. Yegbe Jalo knows that. Would have sent it behind the wicket keeper to the boundary. But that lack of contact was what gave Azam Khan a chance to pick the ball. Settle for one. Corrections are to be made. John Bangura is not so gentle. But the most adventurous batter in this tournament. Varieties of shots have come from the little man. Swing behind that ball. Plenty of swing. Narrowly missing the leg stump. The fielding side felt there was an edge. Lucky for John Bangura. It is always difficult seeing a bowler as a batter, seeing a bowler come from your onside to bowl. There is that look at that ball again. A lot of swing, narrowly. Could have gotten a much desperately needed wicket against the seems to be informed John Bangura. Seems to be informed. Slow fielding movements from Rwanda. Sierra Leone take advantage of that. Sierra Leone had done that in the first inning as Rwanda took advantage of it. Now, Rwanda have had a taste of their own medicine. Jigbe Jalo, this time around, took that call, having rejected several from John Bangura in the previous over. Ignance surprisingly coming from around the wicket today. Balls full. This time around, it was dealt with. It was dealt with by Yegbe Jalo. First time was a minor flick. Didn't make the right contact with the bat and raced all the way to the boundary. This time around, same leg, much fuller length, and there was contact. Pacey ball flicked, and all that ball needed was just a little bit of redirection beyond the gloves of the wicket keeper. That's 4 more runs, 11 on the board for Sierra Leone. Another flick, no contact, 2 wide, and wide is the signal by the umpire. Starting umpire Shafan Bodupe, square leg umpire Abib Edesi. Plays in one direction, goes in the opposite. But reaches the 45-yard mark as every other fielder was in the circle. And lucky for Yegbejalu, he stays longer. John Bangura goes on strike after that ball. More runs given in the second over than in the first. 5 in the first, 8 in the second. Last ball for Ignance, 2 in the second over of power play. Puts it outside off. Smart choice. Z has seen John Bangura approach, trying to close the gap. Put that ball outside of his reach, and then the second over with a dot. It started on the board. No wickets lost yet for Sierra Leone. Good start for the team. Yegbe Jalu and John Bangura with a 30-run partnership that they will look to build upon. Zappy the bowler again coming from the city gate end for a second over. Played straight back to him. A side that has the bat that hasn't really been pressured, being the bowling side. Put it on the leg. Wasn't properly dealt with by. Oh, an attempt for a direct throw has backfired. Nadim Mohamed picking up that ball from short mid wicket, trying to run out John Bangura. As no fielder was behind that ball, and they will settle for 4 runs. Free 4, free food. Never seen the Rwandan field inside this tense. There was that ball again by Zappi. He's already done his job by picking it up. Didn't really need that direction. Ramza Khan with a very big attempt, unsuccessful, and that ball raced. Yeah. Echoes of a call by John Bangura. 1 more run. Not really a happy scene for Zappi. Puts it on the leg again. Big bounce. John Bangura deals with it accordingly. The decision to have a deep square leg has finally paid off. As Daniel Gumisengi finally called into action at the deep square leg. More echoes for a call by John Bangura. 1 more run. This board is ticking. Singles are coming. Not finding the boundary, but definitely finding runs between the wickets. Outside of off pays up to be the right decision. Zappi previously attacking the stumps. I see runs breath out of that decision. Now decided to go off, stump the last ball. Sierra Leone's total up to 20 after 3 overs for no wickets lost. John Bangura and Negwejalu still batting for Sierra Leone. Second over for Orchid. Plays it to the ground. Couldn't find the gap. Yegwe will stay on strike. Already into double figures. Looking like a good start and looking like a very good building partnership for Sierra Leone. Haven't really been able to build anything with their opening pairs. Negwe and John Bangura, two of their best batters, are doing a very good job. Dot ball to the start. Sierra Leone desperate for a first win. Haven't really performed while batting first. Decision to send Rwanda to bat first has eased out on the pressure on them, especially given how fantastic the opening pair have been playing. And that fantastic partnership has broken up. Yegbe Jalu couldn't combat the prowess and brilliant bowling by Ignance. Wicket drop, and Yegbe disappointed. We'll walk back and a less ease. Ball again. No foot movement. Yegbe Jalu late reaction. Didn't meet with that ball and tried to swing it across. Ibrahim Parker, the new man in, wasn't in the team yesterday, in the team today. Is that a good decision? Ignance coming in to bowl is football. Yoker length dealt with properly. Protected his tools and his wickets. Sean, you saw that follow wicket by Yegbe Jalu. He play on the front to try to flick a ball that was coming straight to the wicket with very little reaction, and that cost Sierra Leone a wicket. Do you think that has eased out on the pressure on the Rwandan side right now?
Absolutely, you can say that again. They kept appealing, and the two umpires both square leg and standing umpire are not just interested in that appeal. And like you rightly said, they needed to break the partnership between Yegbe Jalo and John Bangura. But you have to say that they are overachieving as we speak, the Sierra Leoneans. And all they just need to do is just to try and consolidate. They need about 6 per over. And we are into the 4th over. Just 4 short of what is required.
A chance to bowl a maiden. We'll have to wait as the run of the last ball. Since Ibrahim Paka will come on strike for the 5th over. Is the end of 4 overs, 21 on the board for just 1 wicket lost.
"21 runs for loss of 1 wicket. Current run rate is 5.25. They need 107 runs in 96 balls. And what is required is 6.69. This is achievable. It's doable for the Sierra Leoneans. And if they get this victory, this will be a famous victory for them, beating the 2nd place team on the log. And in comes Mohamed Nadir into his 1st over. And just 1 run from Ibrahim Paka, who is on 50% strike rate. And for John Bangura, just a little bit over 50% strike rate, faced 10 balls and scored 6 runs. They would hope he bats just like he did against Nigeria. And look at John Bangura. He loses his wicket. Mohamed Nadir gets his 9th wicket. See John Bangura walking very dejected and asking himself, what did I just do? I had an opportunity, but unfortunately, I didn't make it count. See that again on replay. The way he got his 9th wicket. That was the first one to Parker that he survived. But the second one, he could not survive it.
Sierra Leone just hasn't managed to make their team click at both ends. Usually their batting was usually the sloppy one with their fielding setup, holding up. I'm sorry, my apologies. Their batting was holding with the fielding and bowling being their main issues. Now the bowling actually did play out the game well, and they are starting to lose wickets. Everything now the late reaction by Raymond Coker, left arm, 2 left arm. Spinner, 2 spinner. Plays on the back foot. But couldn't find the gap. Daniel Gumisenge, the man on point. Raymond Kuka wants to understand that spin for Nadil. Any ball there again, and it to find the gap. This time comes for the stumps. Directly on the stumps, Raymond Kuka having nothing to offer but a front full drive. Biko Ibrahim Parker wants to come on strike. Raymond Kuka hasn't really done much. Mohamed Nadi was very, very clinical while bowling. Hasn't really given Raymond Kuka a chance since coming on 1 run, 2 runs given in this over. And there is that wicket. First catch by a slip fielder in this tournament. And who else better to do that than the captain himself, Clinton Rubagumia. Very bad idea, opening your entire stump. Should have covered the stumps and maybe we'll have seen the gap on the leg side. And now that decision cost the team a wicket.
They need a partnership, and not just a partnership, but a partnership that would produce runs for Team Sierra Leone. And coming to bowl is Iradukunda Michael Jean. Into his first over. That was more like a giveaway.
That ball was full, and that is the point where I miss Yegwe Jalo and John Bangura. They will have played that ball have over points, and fine leg and third man will have nothing to do than just escort that ball to the boundary. Cannot be giving out the ball. I think it should, but a ball pitching outside of leg, the rule says cannot be given an out.
If he continues like this, the more pressure it becomes for Team Sierra Leone prior to the start of this game, bearing any extra that definitely might be added. They needed 6 runs per over, and that will bring them to 120 plus the extras that might come with it. But the number of runs that is required keeps increasing. Now it's on 7.16. And thanks to the bowling of the Rwandans, Raymond Koka batting with Ibrahim Parker, a left-hand batter and a right-hand batter.
It's always going to give the fielding side a lot of work to do. 1 minute you're on point, the next minute you're on deep, short mid wicket, because the field has to rotate full to accommodate the batting change. Don't put that on the leg, and that is the result, Michael. That is the result. You get swept to the boundary, and that is 4 more runs for a side that is already tense, and now they can feel less tense, and the scale is now balanced. 4 runs for Sierra Leone, 4 much needed runs. 100 runs now is what they'll need of the next 98 balls. 86 balls, my correction.
And we are just 2 good balls short of the end of the power play. It was almost looking like a break in communication, but that was well read by Raymond Koka. Good running in between the wickets. Match 9, day 5 for the second West Africa Trophy here at the Moshood Abiola Cricket Stadium, Package B. And big thanks to our sponsors. We can't thank them enough. The reason you can hear our voices and the reason this competition is taking place. The last good ball of this over. And a good stop there from Daniel. And that has brought us to the end of the 6th over.
A fantastic end to the power play. The runs have reduced, come down, and it's currently at 4.83 instead of the required 7.07. 29 on the board so far after 2 wickets. Emile will come from the city gate end to start the 7th over.
The signal by Dairu Habib Amoto Enesi, the standing umpire who is into his 49th international T20I tournament. And tomorrow, by God's grace, he will be having his 50th. I'm talking about tomorrow before we go on a deserved rest on Wednesday and then run it through to Sunday where there will be no more breaks. One blockbuster fixture that will be taking place by this time tomorrow is Nigeria versus Rwanda. Take 2. Take 1 ended 9 runs win for Nigeria. How will it pan out for take 2?
Be careful, Raymond Kuka, be careful.
I don't know where he was running to. Is there something scary inside his batting crease? Only Raymond Kuka can explain. 2 balls, 2 dots. Emile, player of the match from yesterday. And that's what he has been looking for. They want to do 2. That lovely pickup. And you see the head of Habib Amoto Enesi. Immediately he didn't shake that head. Meant that 2 was 2 and not out for Raymond Coker.
Lovely cut by Raymond Kuka. They really need to be quick on the field, on their toes now. The field is expanded. Jesus turned water into wine. Rwanda helped Sierra Leone turn 1 run into 2.
At this stage, Peter, they won't mind legal and illegal runs. They just want to get it over the line.
Goes on one knee, tries to put power behind it. But those turns on the spin of Emile is what is saving any of those balls from being sent to the boundary. A good end to the 7th over, 35 on the board. Just 2 wickets lost.
Every ball counts. At least they need a boundary in every over and some other singles to go along with it by virtue of what is required. And they will be hoping that Raymond Coker and Ibrahim Paka can do that. Didier Indibikumana thinks he has gotten the wicket of Raymond Coker. But what Modupe Ashafa, the square leg umpire, wants to go and do is to just adjust the stumps and the game go ahead as planned. Based on the calculation we made for them, by now they should be on 42 runs. But when you flip it back, it's 34. The 4 at the back should have been in front. And that's when we will say they are working according to plans. Now they need 94 runs from a possible 78 balls.
Both shots and on the deck as Ibrahim Baka redirects that ball. Third man hasn't been removed since the first.
That looks like Zappi.
The man.
That's a brilliant stop from the wicket keeper, Didier, who has come in to take his place from Oscar Manishimwe.
Oscar has done a very fine job in the last 2 games, so it's only appropriate that Didier comes and top that performance behind the stick.
And this morning, prior to the commencement of match 9, Oscar, after playing just 2 matches, had 5 dismissals and 1 catch. Topping.
You be careful now. Almost edging that ball into the gloves of
A lot is expected from a left-hand batter by virtue of what they do and how they confuse you on the field of play. But we have not seen much from Raymond Coker.
a left-hander batter. Being a bowler is actually it's not that difficult, but it actually makes you have to adjust your arm. You know, your arm coming close to your ears to release the ball for a right-hander, and then for a left-hander, it has to expand to accommodate that if you're still coming from over the wicket. And a little bit more expansion than normal, you could bowl a no ball or a wide. And it looks like something that Rwanda has prepared for, as he keep that ball on his toes. Outside of off, sent it too long on. Be directed, and they'll settle for 1. Coca breathes a sign of relief as he comes off strike with Ibrahim Parker facing the last ball of the 8th over.
That's a good stop from jersey number 56, Ignace, ensuring that just 1 run was made. You don't want to leave it to a period where you will start chasing something that looks more like an inordinate ambition, because the more you don't get your boundaries and you don't score those runs, what is required continues to jack up. Like we said, prior to the commencement of this game, what was required was 6 per over. Now they need 91 runs in 72 balls. And the current run rate is 4.63, and what is required is 7.58. Peter, this brings us to this question that when the total number of balls and the total number of runs that is required, when they are at par, it puts pressure on the fielding side. But as it is now, they will think they have a chance by virtue of what is going on.
Yes, and the more the balls go down, the more tensed it will be for Sierra Leone, and that's when the wicket will start to drop. But any other batter that is still there, we want to go big. And starts off with a boundary. Ibrahim Parker found that boundary. Boundary he struggled to find in the previous over of Emily. It's finally found it this time. This time the Turns could do very little. I had mentioned it that the only thing saving any of Emily's from was that turn. The turn understood had his pass, had his timing, had the patience, and that they exporting that ball through the boundary. One more run, that's all there's got to worry about for Seven still 71 balls.
And it must be said that this is a sharp contrast to what we saw in the first innings. We saw about 4-6-6, and then we even saw where Isai had back-to-back fours in an over. I recall the over of Abubakar Kamara, and I also recall the over of Toure, where he scored two back-to-back fours. They need about 3 fours in an over to actually make up for what is going on, and maybe a maximum.
That maximum will have to wait as this ball is a dot. Finally coming to the onside, the melee. Goes low, goes too low as ball goes under the bar. Above the bar for Ibrahim Kwaka. Will have to change his rhythm as Emily has adjusted where he pitches the ball to.
Looks like Ibrahim Kwaka has finished his batting. And the man who sent Ibrahim Kwaka back to the pavilion is for now the best batter, who scored 42 and was 8 shy of half century and 10 shots of meeting up with his other opening batter, Hamza Khan. Ibrahim Kwaka has completed his assignment.
Abubakar Kamara comes in now. They still have Lazana Lamine and Abbas Blah. And should Abbas Blah come in here, it would not be an easy task for the Rwandan bowlers.
But again, Idaniel there for Lansana Lamine, no doubt vastly experienced. And yesterday he only scored 6 runs off the bowling of Joshua Asia before he eventually took a bow from the game. But you'll have expected that the likes of Yegbe Jalo, who at some point in time scored 72, John Bangura yesterday, who scored 37 not out against Nigeria, and at some point in time scored 52 also not out, should have done well, but then he's gone for a duck. He's still admiring his stumps, but he has to take a walk.
Two wickets in quick successions. Emily trying to rival. Emily is right here, right now, trying to rival Lasana Lamil, who picked up a hat trick. With Emily being on the hat trick. And that ball on the screen, look at that late turn. Should have gone to mid the turn. He didn't play to the turn. He wanted to play outside of. That turn caught him by surprise. As he has to walk back. Abbas Glad, the new man in. If there's anyone that can help Sierra Leone right now, it is Abbas Blah.
And Peter, you have to say that you have to salute the command that the umpires have gotten over this game. The likes of Modupe Ashafa and Abib Dairu Amoto Enesi, who is standing his 49th game. because sometimes you find the 12th man come into the field unannounced and inappropriately, and you just tell them, please allow this game to go ahead as planned. There is a dedicated period for players to have water, and we call it drinks break. Not just anyhow you come into the game and disrupt the flow.
That chance for a hat-trick wicket will not come yet for Emile, as that ends the ninth over. 41 on the board so far. 4 wickets already taken. "87 now needed of the next 66 balls. Seun Sierra Leone were off to a good start. What do you think happened?
Cricket happens, and cricket, like we say, is like biscuits. Who they bowl the bats, and who they bat the bowl. One thing cricket requires, you need to build partnership between the two batters. As if that is not enough, you need to score runs. And if that's not happening, this is what it will amount to. And Emile Rikuriza has equaled Prosper Hosseini on 9 wickets. But Prosper yet to play. He has a game in some few hours from now.
The captain Clinton races to first slips. Looking for another chance to take out big man Abbas Blah. Abbas on strike. Abbas forward defensive played. Not the usual boom 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 of Abbas that we usually do see. He's just coming in and attacking the ball right away. As dotted the two balls is faced so far. And that tells you just how efficient the arms of Nadir Mohammed is. Outside of it stays. Abbas Blah trying to bring that ball to the left side. Any contact will have seen that ball going to the air. Like Emile bowled in his last over, taking out Ibrahim Parker.
And you have to say, Peter, that while there seems to be a bit of breathing space in the batting, not much of a breathing space, because between Hamza Khan and Isai Niyomugabo, just standing between them, the contest is really much for the bowling. 3 players are on 9 wickets as we speak. Muhammad Nadir, the one bowling, is on 9. Prosper Hosseini is on 9 from 4 matches, yet to play his 5th match. And Emile Rukiriza is also on 9.
Finally gets his first run of the match, Abbas Blah, and will be on strike for the 11th over. But for now, it's the drinks break. Time for both teams to re-strategize. 42 on the board for loss of 4 wickets after 10 overs. Sierra Leone now needing 85 of the next 60 balls. The 11th over is about to start. The drinks break is over. Abazgla paired up with Raymond Koka, and Abazgla is the man on strike. Emile, 2 wickets in his previous over. Looking for more wickets. Abazgla plays it in the air. Is it going to be a catch? No, it is not. Clinton with a big chase from slips to the short fine leg region. Lucky at Abazgla. There was no field out there this time around. And he'll bring a sign of relief. They run 2 quick singles. Should have done better. That turn, the turn that gave Ibrahim Parker a lot of difficulty earlier, after he successfully got a boundary off one, but one of them took him out. It's almost put Abazgla in trouble right now. Makes contact. Does he find the boundary? No, it doesn't. Daniel Gumisenge put himself in line with that ball. Didn't even fumble the ball, just held the ball beyond the ropes. Abazgla, lucky the first time, not so lucky the second. Walks back, and now so much pressure on the shoulder of the new batter, any batter coming in now, as it's already into the middle order. One more wicket from the tail end.
What does drinks break do to teams? I think there is. I'm looking for a better choice of English. While we see that again on replay, that was the captain dropping that catch. But this one, he was thinking he was going to send it out for a maximum, which would have been the first. But he could have gotten to that maximum, maybe one bounce for. But that was a brilliant catch from Daniel. If I'm not doing with the bat, I will do it with the ball. But again, drinks break. It seems as if there's a cost under a drinks break. But usually it's for the batting side, where they get to lose wicket rather than for the fielding side to concede runs.
Chenoba has come above the captain. Lassana Lamille, 2 bats. A strategic play. If Lassana Lamille should come in and go up now, it is going to be a chance for Rwanda to decimate the remaining batters. Any incoming batter that will come in. Chenoba, 1 run already off to a good start. Emile coming around for Raymond Kuka. Good idea? Yes, it is. Start ball dots.
Into his penultimate over, Emile Rukiriza has gotten 3 wickets already for 12 runs. Now is the leading wicket taker on 10. An opportunity to still get more wickets. Brilliant stuff from Hamza Khan. And that has brought us to the end of the 11th over. And with this, the task continues to be more daunting for Team Sierra Leone. They now need 82 runs in 54 balls. But the wickets are not friendly, and the runs are not going up as required. Because what is required is 9.11, almost doubling what their current run rate is. Will the duo of Raymond Koka and Chenoba do it? Chenoba is on 100% strike rate, 1 from 1. But that cannot be said of Raymond Koka, who has faced 17 balls and has just scored 4 runs.
Very wonderful bowling so far from Emily. Now the 1 wicket. Now they has struggled to pick, maintain that form from the first game. The runs are not coming off his over though, but his first game picked up 4 wickets and hasn't really picked up much. and the next couple of games. One more today, I'd make taking his total to 5. As batters have been more, more calm and compact in his overs. Big throw from Zappi.
He will have been gone. And that would have been the end of Chenoba in the batting crease. Not necessarily maybe Chenoba. If that run had taken place, that would have been risky for Raymond Coker to catch up.
Over covers, extra covers Zappi in place. 1 run sends Raymond Coker on strike. It's now a left-hander battle, both spinners and both left-armed, both left-handed. One will come out dominant in this next ball.
His penultimate over. He has just 1 wicket. And is expected to bowl 3 more good balls. The singles that is being recorded by Sierra Leone will do them no good if they hope to claim their first victory in this tournament. Else, it will be 5 matches, 5 losses, and they will still be in search of their very first win of the tournament. Brilliant stop. Captain Fantastic Clinton ensuring 4 becomes 1, not even 2. Shout out to the people taking the photography, Mirabel and the media manager of Nigerian Cricket Federation, Zilibe. Amazing job in ensuring that the moments are captured.
Full length, as Chenoba could do very little in combating that ball. And that is the end of the 12th over. That is the end of the 12th over. 50 on the board so far for 5 wickets lost.
But you have to say also that for Sierra Leone, this is an achievement because when these two teams first met, they didn't even get to 50. So getting 50 runs is more like an improvement, and I'm sure they'll get much more. But whether they will win is the big question. But I'm tempted to say with the mic that it will be nice for us to hear from the people who take photography that how do they capture people's image, especially to tell the story in a particular game. Emile Rukiriza, almost into his final over, and he will be searching for more wickets. He currently has 3 and is the leading wicket taker.
I might have to wait a little bit longer for that extra wicket. A big run. Even after that dive, it wasn't enough. Raymond Coker stayed long, came in after 2 wickets dropped, and hasn't really enjoyed his time in the crease. Didn't really get to do double figures after facing 21 balls, and that has caused the team another wicket, a run out for Raymond Coker. He steps out disappointed, and it's the man who picked up the hat-trick, Lassana Lamy, always coming against the team that is not too pleased with what he did in the first inning. A lot of job to do, a lot of mouths to be silenced, a lot of task as well for Lassana Lamy, the captain.
The bowling, again, see that again on replay. Emile Rukiriza. He was bowling left-hand bowler, bowling to a left-hand batter. The left-hand batter plays the ball, and guess who picked it up? Another left-arm fielder, bowler, and left-hand batter throws it to wicketkeeper Didier Indikukumana to stomp out the batter. And so it was all about left.
Credit to the wicketkeeper. Wicketkeepers have really stepped up in this tournament. Suleiman Rusewe, Didier, even Oscar, who shuffles with Didier for that wicket-keeping spot, as well as John Bangura and Baidu for Zambia. Not too many wicket-keeping changes. And the tournament, only 2 teams have used 2 wicket-keepers. Rwanda being one of them, as well as Zambia yesterday, as we saw Yabayamba Musonda keeping for the first time in the tournament, stepping in for Child, who became an outfielder. For Baidu, my mistake, who became an outfielder for the majority of yesterday's inning. Took 2 batters out of their first ball, goes out of his first ball, Hassan Lamir, and it's another wicket for Emile. This time it is accredited to his name. 5 wickets in his over. 1 was a run out, but 4 will add to his name. 2 in 2 quick successions again for Emile Rukiriza. 7 wickets dropped for Sierra Leone. It will be the second time that they might be playing all out to Rwanda. Better score than last time, but it's still very, very low.
I think from this position, I do believe in miracles, but I can comfortably say that, see that again on replay, that run-out chance, he picked it, immediately knew what he wanted to do, and the wicketkeeper, and the eagle eye, and see that again, missed the line of the ball completely, and the only thing Lansana Lamin will have as a record in today's game is the first player in the history of this tournament to get an hat-trick. From 3 balls, he got 3 wickets, the last 3 wickets. And he will be hoping that John Lasayo will help him protect that his record, to be the only person that still holds up to that record. Because Emile Rukiriza is in search of that.
Would that happen? Was that a wicket? Landi Mohammed on the net. Landa Mohammed with that catch. Very important catch. Helped with the run out and helped with a wicket. Another wicket. It's a hat trick of wickets in Emily Rukiriza's over. One wicket not accredited to him, but it's a hat trick wicket, 3 wickets because of 3 balls, a run out, a bolt, and a catch. Very beautiful ways of dismissal. A side that was looking at they were off to a good start, Sierra Leone, and the moment 2 wickets dropped, more wickets started to follow. No batter has eventually ticked. What do you think? Because looking at the game, what Sierra Leone have done is play away from the ball. And when you try to play away from the ball, you should be playing to balls going towards that region you're playing towards. Now balls are going outside of off, and Sierra Leone batters are trying to bring it on the onside while stepping on the on. And that has cost them a lot right now. The spinners knowing their job and doing it efficiently. It won't be a surprise if I see Nade coming in to come and bowl again.
You can say that again, but Emilie Rukiriza is on the verge of winning again another player of the match in today's game by virtue of his bowling figures. 5 wickets for 13 runs in 3.4 overs. 2 more good balls to be bowled, and it looks more like if he gets this wicket, he will join Lansana Lamin, and Lamin will be praying that Solomon will be wise enough not to play any wrong shots. the record is protected for now.
Now 3 wickets more than that of Prosper Hosseini's. Was on 7, and 5 more today takes him to 12. A huge task ahead for Prosper. Needs to take more than 3 today to hold on to that lead.
Up until now, it looks as if the Rwandans want to cut away with almost everything, although it's still a long road. The format of this competition is such that you are going to play 9 matches as round robin, and then 1 either in third place or in the final to make it 10 that every team will play. So it's still a long battle, and we wait to see what happens at the end of the day. We have come to the end of the 13th over. What is required and what they currently have, Peter, we are not a prophet of doom, but you can comfortably say that congratulations in advance to Team Rwanda.
Yeah, congratulations to Rwanda. A big contribution from Emile. 5 wickets when the team was a little bit on ease after putting up that low total 127 in the first inning. Sierra Leone could have done better, kept their cool, but the efficient bowling of Rwanda has seen them put the game on the edge. Even against Nigeria, Rwanda were very, very good, keeping Nigeria below 120, just 1 shy of 120. Their batting didn't really pay off well, but we've seen how efficient they are when all 11 players are on the field. 2 heads are better than 1, they say, but 11 is better than 2 for Rwanda.
Maybe I should just put a quick correction. My late dad used to tell me that 2 good heads, we should put emphasis on good heads. You can have 15 heads, and they might not be better than just 1 head if they are not good heads.
A tempting ball, but Lasayo John wouldn't buy that. Solomon Williams wouldn't buy that. A man of honor didn't fall for the temptation and just pushed that ball for a chance to add 1 more to the board and drag this game even longer. Chenoba now on strike.
But you just needed to ask, what was he thinking that he made that run? That could have been a clean run out, but the striker was very, very alert, Chenoba, from that run of Solomon Williams.
Didn't look like he wanted to play a ball. What Chenoba just did was wait for that ball. What Chenoba is doing right now is just not trying to lose a wicket, trying to play out all 20 overs. The only team that have not successfully played out 20 overs in 3 different innings. In 2 different innings. They might make it 3rd. Does he find the boundary? Yes, he does. Chenoba, after much temperament and patience, is rewarded with a very big maximum. Plays it into the gap between long on and long off. Inside the man in that deep just had to watch that ball in admiration. 6 more runs to end the 14th over. 60 all for 8 wickets lost after 14 overs. A huge task ahead for Chenoba and Solomon Williams as they now need 68 of the next 36 balls.
We admire that shot also. Not only Neo Mugabo Isai that admired it, we admire that shot. He had no chance at all to stop that ball. It was a brilliant shot that had no answer. They never envisaged it. They thought they had them caged by virtue of what has been happening. But he just stretched that arm and released it very well. And like you rightly said, with what is before us, needing 11.33, and the current run rate is on 4.39 or 29, and you now need 68 runs in 36 balls, it's almost safe to say that this is gone. And we can only prepare for the next match that is coming up, which will see Nigeria take on Zambia. Take 2.
Earlier on today, Shewan, I talked about the Sierra Leone batters not being consistent with form. Most of their game, they have only 1 or 2 batters in form, and you need more than just that. Because once a wicket drop or 2 wickets drop, what happens afterwards? And they've not really built up that consistency. Yegbe Jalo, John Bango have been not in their game today, especially Abbas Blah, who came as a surprise to most of us. We expected him to stay longer. Lassana Lamin hasn't really had to do much with the bat. The few times he's been called upon late in the game, and now came in. Fantastic first inning for him as a bowler. Very terrible one for him. I wouldn't use the word terrible, but that is just the best way to qualify it. Went off the first ball. They really need to actually try and build up more batting partnerships and more batting prowesses going forward. They really need to build more than just 1 batter or 2 being consistent. At least 4 or 5 will help the team going forward.
They try to make that noise, but that noise is not interested. I'm talking about Dairu Habib Amoto Enesi in his 49th T20I competition. That's they have shots maximum that Isai just had to have a taste of what it feels like when you send people to the boundary to pick balls.
With all that peace, all that energy that Michael running with just to give that ball an extra. Big dive from Didier, by the way, to stop that ball from traveling. Don't want to add more runs for Sierra Leone's. No free runs needed. Any runs that Sierra Leone need now, they will have to work for it while still expecting extras. But you can't win this game by extras. You will need to work with your bat and work tirelessly, running in between wickets as well as finding the boundary. Balls full, but there's someone there. Ignance the man at the extra, long off, races 2 extra covers and picks up that ball. Big running, the feet of the Sierra Leone batters running in between the wicket as the fast leg and quick pace of the Rwandan fielders as well. They are good at running between the sticks and as well as covering up every inch of the blade on the grass.
Permit me to use the word, we didn't find too much of erratic bowling from the Rwandans. They bowled tidily, and when they needed to field, they fielded very well. The reason you are finding the batters of Sierra Leone struggle, unlike what we saw in the first inning, where there was some untidy bowling from some of the bowlers and some misplaced fielding from some of the fielders. The reason you saw that runs of these Rwandans jack up to that 126, and it's become a huge task for them. But Jean-Michel is coming from that other end. Iradukunda. He wants to do one more, but then it's just 1 run. We are getting into the 15th over. And he's into the penultimate over of this game for his bowling. Still in search of his first wicket.
Come on, Solomon Williams. You should know better than that. A directed, successful one at that by Hamza Khan. Solomon Williams, no impressed. Felt it was in. Umpire in the right line to see that ball. Should not have attempted that run and did not return in time. And now, another wicket lost into the final wicket of this inning for Sierra Leone. Sierra Leone currently have two out of the 3 lowest total scores in this tournament. If you try and extend that a little bit, they have 3 of the 5 lowest total scores in this tournament. what does that speak about them as a team? Because there has been a lot of improvements when they've come to chase, but there has been inconsistency in the team as well.
Well, they will get better. Like we always say, sometimes you learn from losses. But I don't know why Solomon Williams was crossed. Is it crossed that he didn't step out of his crease, as said by the square leg umpire, Mutuku Ashafa, or was he crossed with his other teammate, Chenoba, that he allowed him? Because I don't see any reason why he had to take that risky run that made him leave his batting crease for Hamza Khan to do that damage.
63 off 30 is enough reason to actually be anxious and try and take up on any slip off. I'd mentioned earlier, Sheung, I said the more the balls reduce, the more aggressive the batters will get, and that's what Rwanda was looking for, and they are getting it. Outside of, way too outside of off.
Ignace needs to be more consistent with the way he bowls Intiring Ganya. Quite a lot of wides coming from his end.
Outside of the stumps, I'm sure if he comes for the wicket this time around, he will get it. As Chenoba is really trying to go big and those balls staying low. Another low ball towards the stumps. And Chenoba might get out. Wide of the first, a dot ball, what was the second ball, Brett. A short, a little shuffle from Chenoba, but still doesn't meet it. Ignace so far hasn't attacked the stumps. Giving Chenoba a sign of relief. Creating space for Chenoba. Mohamed Ture off strike and will want to stay off strike for Chenoba. Outside of off and way outside. Off to a good start in the tournament. Very minimum extras given compared to his previous forms domestically. I wouldn't say I was surprised because I expect players to improve, and Ignace has stepped up to that. Very minimal in extras. Today, cannot say what happened. Probably the anxiety affected the first 2 overs, and the excitement is affecting his third. Waits for that ball and plays on the back foot. Just bouncing in front of Isai.
You felt he'll have done better?
That was the best he could do. He actually got himself in time for that ball. Even gave a dive, but that ball just wasn't his ball. That ball was meant for the soil.
And in comes Mohamed Ture. We'll be having a feel of what the bowling of Intirenganya looks like.
Hasn't come for the Storms all day and is bowled 4 balls already. With that last ball swinging out. This outswing left arm coming over the wicket. Seems very, very good if you want dots. But coming over his wicket from his angle would do him a lot more better. Still around and still not threatening the stumps. Plays into the air, Mohamed Ture. A dot ball. 2 balls face, no runs off it for Mohamed Ture. And it will stay that way.
We expect it to be one more good ball to be bowled, but it depends on the mood of Ignace. If he bowls well, it means we'll have come to the end of the 16th over. But if he doesn't, it means he still has a ball to be bowled. He might just claim this wicket and ensure that the game is wrapped up, or we still have more overs to play. And he says, let's get into the 17th over. Maybe that bowler will eventually now wrap up this game.
Like I said, come for the Storms. Ignacy failed to do that. Michael coming to the Storms of Chernobyl. And that ends the game quickly for Rwanda. 68 on the board, all wickets. And Rwanda have the last laugh after after being put on ease by Sierra Leone in the first inning. A hat trick for Lazana Lamil and a hat trick over with one of the wickets not going to his name. But he will smile as they team pick up another victory against this Sierra Leone side. And that is the end to match 9. That is that ball that goes into the boundary. And that brings us to the end of match 9. Rwanda dominating against Sierra Leone for the second time in this edition of the West African Trophy. Another win in the bag. Sierra Leone will wait a little longer as they search for their first victory. That is the end of the game. Rwanda winning by 59 runs. The decision to bat first, the decision to field first by Sierra Leone backfires. And that will be all from the comms box for this match. We wait for the match between Nigeria and Zambia later today by 2 p.m. But first, in a while, in a little while from now, you will be hearing from the two captains as well as the Man of the Match award at the post-match presentation.
welcome to the post-match presentation for the second West Africa Trophy, match 9, day 5, between Sierra Leone and, of course, Rwanda, with Rwanda claiming their 4th victory in 5 matches, a 68-run victory. Congratulations to Team Rwanda. And at this juncture, may I invite the captain of Sierra Leone, Lansana Lamine, still in search of his first victory in this tournament. Lansana, what a game, but then what went wrong?
It's really tough. We give away our winning, you know. But we have, I think, 4 to 5 games more to go. So we're still coming back strong tomorrow to play against Zambia.
Talking about coming back strong, there are some positives I can pick from this game. Abubakar Kamara, your player, imagine as the first player to get to 100 wickets at this tournament. Your humble self becoming the first player in the history of this tournament to claim 3 wickets from 3 balls, hat-trick. Those are positives that you can take from this match.
Exactly. Congratulations to Abubakar for scoring, I think, 100 wickets, right? Yeah. So congratulations to him also, and also congratulations to me. You know, I'm also named in this game, so I use my experience to bowl, and also it works. So I'll keep on working hard so that I'll continue to reach here.
Continue to work hard, and the sky, they say, is your starting point, Lansana Lamine.
Exactly so.
Well, you just heard from Lansana Lamine, the captain of Sierra Leone. We keep fighting, we keep searching for that first victory. At this juncture, may I invite the captain that from Independent Polytechnic Regional College to Gahanga, everybody by now will be over the moon. Robagumia Clinton, the captain of Rwanda. Congratulations, Skip. 4 out of 5. At some point in time, were you jittered by the runs you scored, 126?
We felt we were a bit 20 runs short there, but we knew, of course, it won't be easy for them as well. Yeah.
What can you attribute to that performance that we saw in the second innings of your team too?
Okay, the pitch, of course, is not easy for the batters to use, but of course, fielders and bowlers knowing where we need to be and just being disciplined. Yeah.
I wish you all the best in your subsequent games.
Thank you.
You just heard from Robagumia Clinton, the inspirational captain of Team Rwanda. Now, I will invite the person to make the presentation, and something just tells me is the head of administration at the Lagos office of Nigerian Cricket Federation, who also doubles as the facility manager, Mr. Rickson Tete, will be making this presentation. And of course, why do I just think that the player of the match will be, they say, if it sounds nice, you play it twice, like the Rastafarians. Back-to-back will be a hit. Emile Rukiriza, 5 wickets for 15 runs in 4 overs, claiming back-to-back man of the match. Thank you very much, the Ganjera himself, Rickson Tete. Emile Rukiriza, 2 player of the match. How excited are you?
Very excited. Yeah, I'm happy. Firstly, I thank God because I'm not special. It's only God.
I am not special, and I thank God. As I leave you to go, going into this game, Emile Rukiriza was on 7 wickets. But as we speak, Emile Rukiriza is on the mountain at the top. The best bowler for now at this tournament. 12 wickets. Congratulations.
Thank you.
And what should we expect more from Emile?
Same thing.
Same thing, same line, same length, and same wicket. Congratulations, Emile. And I say, in Rwanda, like we always say, when you do something right, we say to you, Murakoze, Emile Rukiriza. From this end, that's the size of the package from the post-match presentation between Sierra Leone and Rwanda, with Rwanda claiming their 4th victory in 5 matches. Thank you very much. My job is done.
It's the second game of match day 5, the 10th game of this tournament so far. 10 games ongoing. 10 games, sorry, 9 gone already. I mean, the ninth one. It's the match between Nigeria and Zambia. Earlier today, I was in the middle to take the toss. It's the second match of match day 5, the match between Nigeria and Zambia. I have here with me the captain of Nigeria, Suleiman Rusewi, the captain of Zambia, Javid Patel, our match ref for today. Nigeria, you are the home team. Please, will you take the toss? Heads the call. And head has it. Javid Patel, you're winning the toss the second time again against Nigeria. What will you be doing first today?
We like to bowl first.
You bowled first the other time, you're bowling first today. Is there anything different that we should be expecting from you?
This wicket is look tough and low score wicket, so we'll try our best to stick them 120 somewhere.
Any changes to the side that played yesterday against Rwanda?
Yeah, we have one change. Salman is rest and Azim is coming in.
Thank you very much. Salman Rusewi, you've been sent into bat again. Just like you were yesterday, you fielded first, today you're batting first. Is that something you want to continue?
Definitely. Obviously, my plan for today is to bat first. Also, the wicket looks good to bat on in the afternoon, why it gets difficult to bat on later in the evening.
Okay, thank you very much. Any changes to the side that played yesterday?
No changes, we keep the same winning team.
Thank you very much, Suleiman. And that is it from the middle. Zambia won the toss and they've elected to bowl first. You heard it. Zambia won the toss and they will be fielding first. Quickly to run you into the teams for today, starting with the home team. It's Nigeria, Suleiman Rusewi, the captain, as alongside Sylvester Okwe, Isaac Okwe, Salim Salau, Joshua Asia still in the team, Isaac Danladi, Vincent Adewoye, Prosper Husseini, Okasha Ishaku. Ali Ramon will be playing his second game, as Kenneth Boniface will be getting his third international cap for the Yellow Greens. Hello Chuku on the 12th man as Daniel Ajekun will be missing the second game of the tournament. Abdullahi Ismail still yet to make a debut for the national team. And into the Zambia's team this time is Javid Musa Patel, the captain, alongside Jackie Patel, Musonda Yamba Yamba, Yoib Chand, Mahmed Baidu, Mahmad Patel Imtiaz, Muhammad Azmin, Abbas Bai Patel, Ayaz Tadabai, Soib Pendi, Aslam Abdurrahim Bera, and Mohamed Asim Salman will not be playing today as he's been rested in this very, very much important tie against Nigeria. Mind you, both teams that played in the first round of this competition with Nigeria are coming victorious, winning the game by 19 runs after being sent in to bat first by Zambia, and they were able to defend the runs. Zambia this time again wins the toss for second time against Nigeria and still sends them in to bat first. Let's see how the game goes as we wait for the teams to come into the pitch and the game starts. It's the second match of match day 5, the match between Nigeria and Zambia. I have here with me the captain of Nigeria, Suleiman Rusewi, the captain of Zambia, Javid Patel, our match ref for today. Nigeria, you are the home team. Please, will you take the toss? Heads the call. And head has it. Javid Patel, you're winning the toss the second time again against Nigeria. What will you be doing first today?
We like to bowl first.
You bowled first the other time, you're bowling first today. Is there anything different that we should be expecting from you?
This wicket is look tough and low score wicket, so we'll try our best to stick them 120 somewhere.
Any changes to the side that played yesterday against Rwanda?
Yeah, we have one change. Salman is rest and Azim is coming in.
Thank you very much. Salman Rusewe, you've been sent into bat again. Just like yesterday, you fielded first, today you're batting first. Is that something you want to continue?
Definitely. Obviously, my plan for today is to bat first. Also, the wicket looks good to bat on in the afternoon, why it gets difficult to bat on later in the evening.
Okay, thank you very much. Any changes to the side that played yesterday?
No changes, we keep the same winning team.
Thank you very much, Suleiman. And that is it from the middle. Zambia won the toss and they've elected to bowl first. Both teams have taken to the field with Nigeria batting first. Ramon Ali, same pairing with yesterday, starts off with Salim Salau. Salim Salau will be on strike with Sohi Pendi starting from the House of the Rock end. Nigeria currently on top of the table with 4 wins from 4. We look to add another one to it and extend their gap by 2 points. But as the game can't start, so Ipendi to Salim Salau. Outside off, dealt with as he should, above the fielder and the point. Boris is all the way to a boundary for 4. Quick start for Salim Salau. Put it way outside of off and was punished. Lot of bounce behind that ball and Salim Salau just had enough time to get the ball through. This time on the stumps, but there was a flick and Salim Salau, after a fantastic first ball to the boundary, will send Salim Salau, send Ali Rahman on strike. Balls on the stumps as he punches that ball. And off the pace, Ali Rahman continues the fire. First 4 of the inning for Ali Rahman. 9 runs off 3 balls. Not looking good for Zambia. Zambia won the toss yesterday against Rwanda, electing to bat first. and as they couldn't secure victory, decided to field first against Nigeria. And Nigeria still looks to be the side enjoying from that decision. A dot, very first dot for Ali Ramon, and the first dot of the over. There is that 4 again. Puts it on the leg. The keeper tries to hold the ball, but just ricochets it towards the boundary. And there we go for 2. Wide buys. And so Ipendi will have to re-bowl that ball. We are Mamana Shion. Welcome on board. It's still the first over of the first inning. How is that looking?
The scoreboard says it all. 12 from 4 balls. Shows that Nigeria intent is clear. If he continues at this rate, which I doubt, it means the projected score will be 360 degrees, 360 runs.
There will be better bowling from Zambia, I hope. They seen Ali Ramon. They saw what he could do yesterday as they were in the stands in that game when he started to decimate the bowling of Sierra Leone. And that is the end of the first over. Ali Ramon faces the last ball strike, adds 1 more, and we start the second over on strike. It's 13 on the board, no wickets lost. Good start for Nigeria.
Good start from Nigeria. The two batters having a tete-a-tete. And I'm sure what they are telling each other is, can we have a partnership? I've not enjoyed your partnership, just like you enjoyed the partnership between yourself and the captain of Nigeria, Sulaiman Rushewe, who coincidentally is a teammate of Ali Ramon. And he kept saying, we always have a conversation all the time. Even when he was not getting game time, I saw his work ethic at training, and I knew once he gets an opportunity, he will make good use of it. And yesterday, the two of them batted like roommates and like teammates, and they took Nigeria over the line, becoming the first team to win by 9 wickets.
No team has actually successfully played out the power overs with all wickets intact. But Nigeria definitely this sets new standard. Playing the entire game after losing 1 wicket early in the match, in the second over that is. And Suleiman, with his experience, let Ali Ramon do all the eating, and he complimented the young chap, and that aided Nigeria to a smooth victory against the Sierra Leone side, who were unlucky again today. Punches towards extra covers, and Ali Ramon will go on strike for Salim Salah. A slow pick, as the intention was for a direct hit. Ayat Dada by the bowler from the City Gate end, coming ahead of Asim and Aslan Bacha in the bowling order.
Much better bowling as compared to what happened by Sueb, where he conceded 13 runs. That was very expensive.
Another punch, looking for a direct hit, which didn't suffice, as the ball came in contact with the bat of Ali Ramon, traveling towards the boundary. The fielder giving a big chase to stop that ball from going to the boundary. 3 runs, they successfully complete. And Ali Ramon now on strike.
Our 2 umpires on field for today. Umpire Temitopo Koijaba, the standing umpire, and Ramon Adelakun, square leg umpire.
Another ball to the cover. This time they did not attempt to run. That's a dot ball. Ali Ramon on one knee went low, but the ball stayed lower as that back crossed. And that slant play gave that ball the room to go underneath the bat. No chance to replicate his yesterday form. The young chap booming with confidence after a quick fall in the first over. And now Nigeria has lost the wicket for the second time within the first 3 overs. Nigeria has been having difficulty keeping the wicket beyond 3 overs. They've not played out at least 3 overs without dropping the wicket. Yesterday they were lucky, losing only one. I wouldn't say lucky, they played very well, giving Outlaw the runs for a chase, and they played out with remaining 9 wickets. But they really need, their opening batters really need to understand that there are 20 overs to play out at least 3 to 5 of those overs. Ali Ramon has to go out, and the initial partnership that started majority of this tournament up until yesterday, Salim Salau and Suleiman Rusewe, will be pairing up together in the middle.
You have to say that Ramon Ali was the architect of his own fortune. They weren't really threatening him. He was more of a player who was on top of his game. But immediately he lost his head. Lost his head in the sense that played across that wicket was definitely gone, and he could not have a second life to come back. And Ayaz Dadabai getting the wicket of Ramon Ali, ensuring that he doesn't spend too much time in the batting crease disturbing them. And in comes the captain of the side, Sulaiman Rushewe. And just see how things turn. Initially, when we saw the projected score, which I knew it wasn't possible to be 360, the projected score has gone down to 190, and the current run rate is 9.50. But even at that 190, it meant that they will have posted the highest score again, surpassing what they have done. Nigeria has scored 177 in this tournament, same as Zambia, who have also scored 177, and I recall that 177 against Syria alone. Yes, with the man emerging as the player of the match, and I'm talking about Patel. Yes, Jackie Musa Patel.
Aslan Bacha is picked up. No fielder outside. No fielder beyond the 30-yard circle. And that ball races into the gap. All the way for a 4. Nigeria really feasting off balls. Off bowlers coming from the house of the rock end. That was that ball. Picked it up in the air. Didn't get the maximum, but definitely did get a boundary regardless. On the back foot, wasn't properly dealt with by the wicket keeper, and they were still a single of that. They didn't work much, but that chance was there and they took it.
Talking about the wicket keeper, back to back is keeping the wicket, Musonda Yamba Yamba. And you talk about Salim Salau, who is on 200% strike rate, having faced 5 balls and scored 12 runs. He needs to prove doubters wrong. That was risky. And that cost them. You don't do that when you are not sure 7 for 7.
Bruce looking very unimpressed. That call, that run, wasn't initiated by him. He just had to do it, seeing Salim Salah was halfway on the crease already. And now he had to walk back almost as soon as he came in. 2 wickets lost so far. Now really looking really good for the Nigerian side right now.
He's walking a very unhappy person. See that again on replay, and you can see the excitement coming from Mohamed Ashraduddin Kasim Baidu.
Baidu is not behind the sticks today. He's not wicket keeping today, but he certainly still knows how to dislodge those bills. And this time he did that from a very narrow distance. Slight chance of getting that wicket, and he still got it regardless. Sends the captain of Nigeria out. And Danladi Isaac, the man who guided them to try and put up something on the board, something reasonable on the board that helps them stand a fighting chance against Rwanda, is back in now and is in quite early. Lane's back, but that ball doesn't go anywhere. The field has been set on the offside this time. The only way Salim Salah is beating that field is by playing over it. A backward point, a gully, and a point fielder, all three employed in front of Salim Salah. Definitely found the gap, and this time it was between point and covers. Full toss by Sohi Pendi, properly punished by Salim Salah. The boundary adds and pushes up Nigeria's total to 28. 9 runs in this over. Sheung, this is not how you want to start.
But what should be of concern to Coach Steve Tikolo, the high performance manager, is the fact that the two batters who took Nigeria home yesterday and combined to form a formidable partnership are out. But you still have some very decent batters that are still in dugout, but they need the duo of Danladi Isaac, who just came in, and Salim Salah to be there for about 7 more overs, and then a lot of destruction might have been done. But after 3 overs, Peter, 2 wickets down, this is not encouraging, knowing that tomorrow's game is a blockbuster game when Nigeria takes on Rwanda.
Down on the screen is the first 4 of the over. First 4 by Salim Salah. And this was the run out. Salim Salah was already on his toes. And that was the second 4 again, this time by Salim Salah. That ended the 3rd over. Danladi Isaac has shown that he can play all through the game until the final over. Salim Salah still yet to do that, yet to play beyond the power play. He is still there, but on the non-strikers and for the beginning of the 4th over.
Aslam Batsa into his 2nd over, but more importantly, the 4th over, the first over of his, he gave away 8 runs. I'm sure he'll be hoping to cut down on that in this 2nd over of his.
On the stumps, Azaraba has been doing a very good job of keeping the batters in check. Danladi Isaac confirming that as he offered a stroke. 2 and 2. Isaac still yet to take the board. 4 yellow green. Yamba Yamba scattering the wicket, dislodging the bills, but Naladi Isaac still in there. Stays really close to that stumps. You know, for a pace bowler, he's really behind that stumps, very agile, picking up the balls, picking up the loose ends as well. What do you that is something that you comment. You see how far Baidu stands behind the stumps for the pace bowlers. But regardless of who comes, Musonda is still behind that stick.
I'm highly impressed. And the future of Africa is bright with this kind of performances. Ayaz Darabai has claimed 1 wicket already and is into his second over. But you asked me a question about what Musonda Yamba Yamba is doing behind the stumps. We've mentioned a couple of wicket keepers, Suleiman Rushewe from Nigeria. We've talked about Oscar Manishinwe from Rwanda, Didier Indibikumana from Rwanda, and now you talked about Musonda Yamba Yamba. And how can you leave out also John Bangura from Sierra Leone? All these wicket keepers have done excellently well in the way they carried out their duties. It's still match 10, day 5 of the second West Africa Trophy. No movement. No movement. Brilliant shots. These are the kind of drive that you see that not even a policeman can stop you or federal road safety call because you have the driver's license. That was a lovely drive.
The fielders didn't even bother chasing that ball. That drive was so straight. Dana Diazi put himself in front of that ball and just fed off the pace of the ball and had his bat in place, putting an extra little force behind it. The fielders could only watch. Plays into the gap. No fielder. Plays between points and covers. There was no fielder in the extra covers. And that's 4 more runs to end the fourth over. It's 39 on the board. Big start for Nigeria after 4 overs. 2 wickets lost already. The wicket of Ali Ramon and Suleiman Rusewi.
You see, those 2 back-to-back fours reminds you of what happened in the first game today from Isai, where he sent Abubakar Kamara in a direction he didn't like, and also did the same thing to Toure also. And Danladi Isaac, once he's in the mood, he becomes unstoppable. And looking at how Nigeria has fared, 39 runs for loss of 2 wickets, the wickets of Ramon Ali and Suleiman Rushewe, you want to say that Nigeria are really prepped up for today's game. And I saw Coach Steve Tikolo, the high performance manager and the coach of Nigeria's national team, having a conversation with Salim Salau. And I know that conversation is just around free yourself and play your game. We know the talent that you exhume. Give us that performance that you normally do. You don't want to do that again. Baidu will not spare you. Danladi.
It's already put fear in the hearts of the Nigerian field setup, batting setup rather. You know, that direct hit, once the fielder can get that from a very difficult angle, it tells you a lot about his quality and his vision. Another boundary for Salim Salau, very consistent in finding that gap. Hasn't really found his rhythm in this tournament. I think the highest he's posted has been 23, and he wants to better that. 21 already for the young chap.
He's in the mood. And you know who Salim Salau is. He's a weapon of mass destruction. On his day, he can single-handedly Rec 18, plays for Federal Government College, Warri Old Student Association, Fegukuwosa, and of course the Benin team.
Salim Salah just has it, something with teams that wear orange. You know, boasting 100 runs against Cote d'Ivoire at the ICC World Cup qualifiers, and now against Zambia, he just found his rhythm. There's something that attracts him about green, about orange. I don't know what it is, but it certainly does boost his morale.
Talking about morale boosting, this definitely should boost him. He's on 21 runs from 13 balls and dovetailing into the 14th. And coming from this end, out on the rock, Sweb Pendy.
Waited patiently for that ball to beat Aslan Batra, as it didn't, but there was no attempt for a run, but they were not ruling it out. For one boundary scored so far, and that boundary, that four, has been the only thing that sticked on the board for Nigeria. 4 dots. Make that 5. 4 runs off the 5th over. It's 43 on the board for Nigeria. 2 wickets lost.
You can say that again, Peter. They need these two to continue to bat. Maybe be there for the next 7 overs. And then Nigeria will definitely be in a position that they would like. They knew what they scored in the first game. They want to surpass that, see that again on replay. Some of the brilliant shots played by the batters of Nigeria, Danladi Isaac, and of course Salim Salah. And the man on strike is Danladi Isaac. Suependi recovered very fast. In his first over, he gave away 13 runs, very avoidable. But recovered fast because in the second over, though yet to get a wicket, only considered 4 runs, and that's a brilliant recovery. And here comes Asim Mohammed to take over. That ball was a bit tempting. Great start from Asim and well read by Isaac Danladi. They didn't really fall prey. And this is the over that will take us from power play.
For that power play, Nigeria will maximize that chance. No maximums yet, but the 4s have certainly been a lot. Nine boundaries already in this inning. In the first 6 overs of power play, that is, it is just 4 have come from Salim Salah. Suleiman Rousseff, the only batter not having a boundary to his name before going out.
Taking that ball to take their run to 48 after 5.3 overs. And now Salim Salah, the top run scorer for Nigeria today, has an opportunity to face Asim. And they want to do 2, but Danladi says no. No is the call. He takes 2 to run.
Big chase by Madni. Got to that ball at the boundary in time. Off strike is good. That the two has been clicking. Goes big. Does he get to the boundary for the maximum? No, it doesn't. And Madney escorts that ball, guides it as well to the boundary. Another four for Nigeria. Sheung Asim Mohamed having picked up 3 wickets in the match in the first match of the tournament against Nigeria has not picked up a wicket since. And that seems to have affected him as he's been really, really played a lot. But the team really trusts him. And just all they can just do is hope that he picks up a wicket soon. This time on the leg side, very discomforting ball for Daladi, who twists his body round it and sends that ball to the deep square leg region. Four more runs.
You have to give credit also to the square leg umpire, Ramon Adelakun. The way he quickly excused himself. The thing came like flash lights, but he sent the ball for 4. And you said about Asim, they will keep trusting him. And see that again on replay. Back-to-back 4s. If I'm to ask you, Peter, quickly, this is brilliant from Nigeria. They are just 3 runs short of 60 after the power play. And that would have meant that they were 10 per over. And that's what we always talk about. Teams during power play that you take advantage of it. Nigeria really took advantage of this power play.
Yes, 57 for 2. Salim Salau surviving beyond the power play for the first time in the tournament. That speaks a lot about the team has improved. A silly run out, because that shouldn't have been a run earlier. But that shouldn't have been a run out. But regardless, we move on from that. And currently, what we are seeing is a built partnership of Salim Salau and Daladi Isaac. The captain has tried to pick up the ball himself. Javid Patel. The ball out coming from the house of the rock end. Umpire signals the end of the power play. There is an extra covers, long on, long off, deep mid wicket, and a square leg. And none of them will be put to work yet, as the first ball is dotted. Salim Salau on strike. Jinx, and going beyond the power play over for the first time in this tournament.
They always say desperate times calls for desperate measures. Reason captain had to take responsibility. And Danladi Isaac goes to meet Salim Salau and talks to him to say, Salim, 2 balls, 2 dots, be careful, open your eyes, and then you will get to see this ball very well.
Ball was through. Salim Salau not feeling too confident to punish. And Javid Patel survives that scare. Danladi would have dealt with that ball. Salim Salau already breaking the jinx, but still wants to stay longer. He understands the field setting and does not want to give them a chance to get him caught out. You want to run? I guess not, Danladi. That run couldn't be actualized. Similar to what took out Suleiman Ruse would have happened again the second time. Good call by Isaac Danladi. A dot ball it is.
That's a wide, a signal by the standing umpire. Like we always say, Peter, it takes 2 to run. And the basic rule in cricket, balls within your view is the call of the striker. The one that you can't see is the call of the non-striker. And so he saw it well, and he knew that that ball had not beat the fielder. There's no way they want to run, and they will make it.
Final ball for Patel. And Nigeria will take a run of it. 60 runs to the board for Nigeria after 7 overs. It's just 2 wickets lost.
After 7 overs, Nigeria on 60 for 2. Salim Salah, after facing 19 balls, scored 23 runs. And Danladi Isaac, after facing 13 balls, scored 22. Both chasing each other. Good over from Captain Javi Patel. Only 3 runs. The ball beat the fielder when he was not supposed to. They want to do 2. Will they? No is the call. That should have been a much better fielding there from Aslam Abdurrahim Bera. Zoyeb Chand into his first over. Much fuller. The fielder dives. They want to go for 2. And they will make comfortable 2 runs. And can they do 3? Unfortunately, they couldn't. The ball touched the standing umpire, Temitope Oniko Ijabar. Else, they might have taken a risk of going for the 3rd one. But this was a calculated risk they did not take. Looking for those singles, detecting the pace to the delight of not only the coach, the team manager, the strength and conditioning coach, Sheye Olympio. Part of the things it likes to put them through. Run with your legs. Danladi Isaac and Salim Salah rotating the strike. Their teammates will be hoping that they stay longer. Oh, brilliant catch. And see the hand on the head. He had to take that risk. Got himself injured in the process.
Yeah, Baidu seems to be in pain after taking that catch, but it's a small sacrifice to pay for a very important wicket. Selim Salah is still in her, very much shocked that a fielder could attempt that catch successfully taken. And currently, at the moment, as it stands, Zambia will smile. Look at that catch again. Zambia are smiling, even though the runs on the board are still quite boasting. Still quite big for Nigeria. Sylvester, okay, the new man in. Lovely, lovely play by Zambia.
Baidu has accounted for 2 wickets and call it 2 big wickets. Sulaiman Rushewe, captain of Nigeria, and Salim Salah, who was having a good partnership with Danladi Isaac before he lost his wicket. He'll be saying to himself, today looks more like a day where I was destined to get to 50. But unfortunately, things did not work out as planned. And in comes the former captain of Nigeria and the man who took Nigeria to our first ever World Cup at under-19 in South Africa back in 2020 when they qualified against all the odds. Sylvester Okpe, the younger brother of Isaac. And so Nigeria has to be very careful for the penultimate ball of every over. Because I recall the ball that got Ramon Ali out was the penultimate ball of that over. Before Sulaiman came on. Nigeria 65 for 3. The runs are going up. But then they need to keep the wicket and build a partnership. 8 overs gone. The current run rate is on 8.13, and at this stage, the projected score will be 163. From one spinner to another. Danladi Isaac also does this when the need arises. Javi Patel will now be bowling to the former captain of Nigeria, who is here to get himself going in this game. Having faced just one ball and didn't score any run. And there is a bit of complaint there from the former captain of Nigeria and the middle order batter, Sylvester Okpe, talking about the side screen. He wants it moved a bit. And the ground staff had to quickly get to work, led by Francis Atsega and his teammates. Danladi Isaac and Sylvester Okpe are teammates at the national team, teammates for their various states, Kaduna, but play for different clubs. Sylvester Okpe plays for Government College by the Old Boys Cricket Club, and he has achieved what he wanted. While Danladi Isaac plays for Foundation Cricket Club. Big kudos to our ground staff. They prepared the ground for games to be played. Shout out to Francis and his teammates. And like I said, while we are thanking our sponsors, the likes of Dafabet, we can't thank you enough. Rusa Advisory, Sportbox, Dream, Catchers.tv, Fireflies, Sports and Entertainment. But without a doubt, the biggest sponsor is God Almighty. White ball, another one. Danladi Isaac looking for that ball. We are getting into the 9th over. 8.3 overs gone. Nigeria are on 68 runs. And they steal that run because they find that gap. Danladi Isaac continues to increase that number. He will be hoping to join the league of those who have scored 50. Much better bowling from Captain Javi Patel. We hope the decision to field after winning the toss will be a good decision at the end of the day. Much better bowling there. And that has brought us to the end of the 9th over. sends that ball to the boundary with so much ease, knowing the fielding side have no protection in that area. And he continues to increase his runs. Danladi Isaac now on 30 runs. Zoeb Chand into his second over. But more importantly, we are getting into the first part of the first innings.
Pitch is just at the right place for Zoe Chand and an uncomfortable spot for Danladi Isaac. Could have gone with a sweep shot, but into flicks it. Two very fast batting pairs. No chance for a third. They will settle for two. Danladi stays on strike. Sylvester Okwe compliments.
Lovely pickup. Oh, piece of bowling. And that throw, excellent to Musonda Yamba Yamba. Sylvester has been complimenting the effort. They want to do two, but he said no. And like I've always said, communication very pivotal in a game of cricket. It depends on which kind of communication you employ, upward or downward, horizontal, vertical, up and down. You must communicate.
The stool in front of that ball certainly did hurt, but it prevented a potential boundary, and that is 1 run for Nigeria. 1 run, 2 and 10 over.
And the current run rate has dropped a bit for Nigeria. Based on what we have, they are on 7.80, and the projected score now will be 156. Nigeria 78 for 3. The 3 wickets that have been lost: Salim Salau, Ramon Ali, and of course Captain Sulaiman Rushewe. I'm currently batting is Danladi Isaac, who is just some 16 runs short of joining the league of those who have scored half century. Today, it was looking more like Niyimugabo Isai was going to join that league. He scored 42 and got run out by his captain. But we hope that Danladi Isaac, with the way he's batting, might just achieve that fate. And before I ask you this question, Peter, drinks break, you know what he does.
We've seen it certainly did favor the field inside more in this tournament. Favored Rwanda. Favored Sierra Leone too in the first innings. Favored Rwanda in the second innings. Nigeria batting pair have been doing well so far. And let's see if they'll break that jinx.
And Nigeria has got some destroyers. I use that word carefully. The likes of Vincent Adewoye, yet to bat. The likes of Prosper Hussaini, yet to bat. The likes of Kenneth Boniface, yet to bat. Even Aidi Kope, yet to bat. And these are guys on their day. Quick hitters. And they just do the damage. Shout out to our 2 on-field umpires. They've done a fantastic job. Temitope Oniko Ijaba and Ramon Adelakun. And the third umpire, vastly experienced, Kehinde Olambiwonu. We're back from the drinks break. And into the bowling now. It's Mohamed Asim. Much better bowling there, making things uncomfortable for Sylvester Okpe. Mohamed Asim yet to get a wicket. And that's a maximum. Maximum. Nothing can be done about that ball. The hands must go up. The hands are duty bound to go up. And of course, Ramon Adelakun had no other chance, had no other option than to just raise that hand. Maximum. First for today.
Yes, first for this match. They've been doing a very good job. After those fours were coming, they managed to stop the fours, and that's the balls within their reach. What happens to the balls that is above their reach? And Sylvester has just shown us that. Much slower ball. Sylvester trying to guide it beyond the reach of the wicket keeper, who ended up having the ball anyway. Two more balls. One bounce. One bounce is all he will get as Chand, the fielder, on long off, blocks the ball from racing to the boundary. Daladi now on strike. Already on 35. Drives it, but won't get to the boundary. Chand is in front of it. They'll settle for one, and that one sends Danladi on strike. So he'll be starting the 12th over. After 11 overs, Nigeria are looking to put something real competitive on the board beyond the chase of Zambia. 87 already, and 3 wickets lost so far.
Eleven overs gone. 7.91 is current run rate. The projected score will just go by 2 from what I mentioned earlier, which was 156. And they know at this stage, they need to start scoring off every ball, one boundary in every over, and then you now add some singles, and if possible, 2, 3, if it's possible. And they want to go for 2, but no easy call.
Danladi plays like someone on horsepower. Once he's in there, came in early in the game against Rwanda and was running up onto the last ball. Every time there's a chance, he will take it. Always quick on that feet. And he sends back on strike almost as soon as he's left. Danladi now on strike. Up against Chand. Who's off strike too for the second time in this match.
One thing this kind of thing does when you are rotating strike is the fact that at some point in time, you just have the fielders coming thinking you are stealing singles, and all of a sudden you just get that boundary and then you send them back again to the ropes. Much better bowling.
Zipped it faster. At first I was expecting something slower. And that late acceleration behind the ball. Lucky it wasn't coming to the stump. Wonder how I would have dealt with that. And I'm sure this time around we'll be anticipating any surprises. A dot of the last ball of the 12th over. Partnership of Sylvester Oki and Danladi still in the crease. Full Nigeria. It's 90 on the board, 12 overs completed, and 3 wickets lost.
They still have more wickets to toil with, and I mentioned those big hitters. If these batters take it to maybe 16 overs, 17 overs, and at some point in time, they will have no other option than to open up. Their current run rate is 7.50. I'm sure they want to increase on that. Javi Patel, again, is back to take responsibility. And the striker is Danladi Isaac. Just 12 short of half century. We'll be hoping for that, and I'm sure he's seeing this board. And they said 2, and they will make comfortable 2 runs. Brilliant, intelligent batting from Danladi Isaac. The intent was clear immediately. He was coming on. One of Nigeria's most reliable batter. An all-round player with great discipline added to it, it must be said.
Toying with Javid Patel, Isaac Danladi. What was that? Already was giving him that intention of, I'm going to scoop your ball behind. And I think that was what contributed to the wide ball that Javid Patel putting it way too outside of off. You know, on 1 foot, and they all settled for 1 as there was a deep square leg fielder. Sylvester Oki comes on strike. Javid Patel, less tense now. Hope he knows the danger is in. As Sylvester Okwe is even a much more dangerous batter than Danladi Isaac.
Oh, brilliant
By
stop.
chance, at the boundary.
Best fielding for today, I must say. That was brilliant from Zoeb Chand, putting his body and everything behind the line in ensuring that 4 became just 1.
This time, no work to do. Zoeb Chan with a fantastic 4 stop earlier. At the edge of the ropes. And his team can smile as boundary was stopped and any chances of the run skyrocketing was diminished. Lovely stop by Zoeb Chand once again. And it's a no boundary over courtesy of Zoeb Chand. Last ball. Last ball dots, the only dot ball in this over. And that brings us to the end of the 13th over. It's 97 on the board, 3 wickets lost. The runs have dropped for Nigeria. They're not finding the boundaries like they have. But so far, they still have something very, very good on the board. 97, that is more runs than balls faced for them. And also, the Zambian side really need to cope up on that extras. They're giving quite a lot of extras in this inning. And Nigerian batters have punished them as well to the boundaries. So they really need to make sure that those balls and bats are the only things coming in contact with each other. No extras.
Well said, Peter. Nigeria will hope to do better than they did when they scored 177, which was a very high score. And the joint highest score with the team they are playing coincidentally. And that's Bera.
The man on square leg at Chabacha. Good stop, good pickup. Zoe Chan, after a fantastic stop earlier at long off, has come from the city gate end to bowl.
One became two. You can't be lucky at all times. He was lucky against Sulaiman Rushewe. But this time around, Mohamed Azradin Kasim Baidu wasn't lucky.
Play might delay a little as Dana the Isaac request for a change in pad. He had taken a dive earlier, and I think that had affected the straps of the pad and a request for another one. The team would even waste time in providing it as it's been really quick between the and those runs. As long as those runs are coming, you do everything within your power to make sure you're comfortable.
They are on 100 runs for loss of 3 wickets. And Danladi Isaac is just 6 short of half century. Yesterday was not a day for Danladi Isaac in the batting crease. Yesterday, Nigeria lost just 1 wicket. Wicket of Salim Salau against Sierra Leone. The reason they won by 9 wickets. And Ramon Ali scored 64. Danladi Isaac is just 20 short of Ramon Ali's target from yesterday. And I'm sure he'll be eyeing that. The man who scored the most runs in a single game this tournament is Yegbe Jallo, 72. Let's see whether today is the day for Danladi Isaac. He's gotten what he wanted. And when we talked about the drinks break, that did not affect Nigeria. Zoeb Chan, better bowling there from his end. Another brilliant bowling there. Danladi Isaac will be hoping and praying that the jersey number he has at his back, he can replicate with runs. The appeal was loud, even from Yamba Yamba, Musonda, and the entire team. He's lucky he will continue to bat. Zoeb Chand making things uncomfortable for Danladi Isaac since changing his pad, batting pad to be precise. Has not been able to get a run. This will race for 4. This will race for 4. Effort will be in futility. Peter?
Yeah, 100 on the ball and 4 more to mark the end of this over. 104 for Nigeria. And Danladi Isaac, new personal best in this tournament. 48 for the young chap.
And I saw Momedazim Abashai Patel give it a chase. But that chase was more like trying to accompany the ball to the boundary. And Danladi Isaac is just 2 shots of half century.
To start this 15th over, it will be Aslan Bacha coming from the house on the rock end.
The next 6 over is very crucial. If they score 10 per over, it means without the extras that might come, they will have ended on 164. And so the batters have to start thinking about it. Daladi Isaac, 35 balls faced, 48 runs. Okwe Sylvester, 13 runs he has scored from 17 balls.
Ball taken away from spin bowlers, now into pace. Daladi Isaac has, since he's been there and coming against the spin bowlers, he's had time to make decisions, either going with big shots or just tapping the ball into the spaces. And now, quicker balls make him make faster decisions. And he'll have to wait to make that decision. Sylvester Okwe is still on strike after running two successfully off that first ball.
But credit must go to the fielders who gave it a chase and ensuring there was no collision to have warranted a 4-run.
Tip off from Jackie Patel. Nice stop, by the way. Nice stop. And Daladi Isaac now with a chance to think quick. And the quick third is to square the ball out and send Sylvester on strike.
And eventually gets to that mark that Vincent Adeoye got. But you'll be hoping to join the growing list of players who have scored 50. Maximum! Ladies and gentlemen, what a hit from Sylvester Okwe, sending the ball out of the playing arena completely. Disruptive batting, it must be said. And Danladi Isaac requested for an helmet when he knew the trajectory have changed from spin to pace. Much better line from Aslam.
A swing on the arm and a swing on the bar as well. Put it beyond the reach. Just close to the wide marker.
They want to do two, but can they know easy call so there won't be any run outs? Five more overs to go. Nigeria will be hoping to start sending every ball out. There are lots of wickets, but they need to put up runs on board that will be very intimidating for opponents when it gets to second innings. 114 for loss of 3 wickets. The wicket of Rahman Ali, Sulaiman Rushewe, and of course, Salim Salau.
On the back foot, lean to it. Those that are long rope. Ball for Nigeria. With a chance to get into the 50-run mark. 49 of 36.
Dadabai It's the one bowling.
And that chance he gets. Danladi Isaac on 50, almost made 51 by Sylvester Okwi. But it is cool, says Sylvester. Says Danladi rather. It will stop at that 50 for now. 50 runs is 50 run mark. Only the second Nigerian batter to get into that figure in this tournament today. Five shy, 15 shy of the best score, individual score for Nigeria. Yells loudly, wanted to complete two, but Aslam Bacha on that deep square stops it. One more run, Danladi back on strike after one ball. Mitts with the ball, Mitts with that bounce immediately, and adds two more. It's 52 for Danladi Isaac. After shadow playing Javid Patel previously with a scoop shot, he actualized it, almost actualizes it rather with Ayat Dadabai. Didn't get the right contact as that ball ricochets off his bat and within the grasp of the fielder fine leg Jackie Patel. That's how he's done, but doesn't beat the fielder at long off. One more ball, and that ends the 16th over. It's 122 on the board for the Yellow Greens after 3 wickets lost, 16 overs completed.
And I must give credit to the comeback of this Zambian side, how they have debarred Nigeria from scoring boundaries with their fielding and their placement. It's been highly encouraging and a beauty to behold. Looking at how they've come back from adversity to what looks more like respectable performance, going by how Nigeria started like an house on fire, but they've been able to, wrestle things back a bit. The reason we have what we have now, 122 for loss of 3 wickets after 16 overs, and back at House on the Rock, Sweb Musabai Valley Pendi, the man who gave an expensive over during his first over, where he considered 13 runs, is back again. I will be facing the duo of Danladi Isaac and Sylvester Okwe. Great start for him.
Zoe Penny has, started off being hit in the first over, gave out 12, and then came back strong. Third over. Good comeback by the lad.
And you have to say that for Nigeria, they need those boundaries at this stage to get things going. But the Zambians are not giving anything to chance. Well placed. If you look at the field setting.
Good stop by Zoe Pendy. Very, very wonderful. One bounce to him. Any higher and that ball would have ended up a catch. Good stop. The runs for Nigeria has plummeted. They started off strong. The runs are low now, but they still keep their partnership. Does this ball find the boundary? No, it doesn't. Baidu without the pads, but still very much active, covering every inch of grass in the position he has been fixed at.
And you think that from 4 balls that have been bowled, only 3 runs have been conceded is absolutely brilliant from Team Zambia.
Flicks it. Is this a wicket? Yes, it is. Caught in the deep. Danadi Isaac goes off for 54 of 41 balls. Sylvester Okwe will now start to build a partnership from the scratch all over again for a new batter.
And I think at this stage, the man to be sent in should have been a Prosper Hussaini, by virtue of him being a left-hand batter who only needs few balls to send you to the boundary. But then the coaches know better than I do, and they brought on Vincent Adewoye.
Vincent Adewoye on for the last ball of the 17th over. He comes on strike after Danladi was caught in the deep. Leg by call by the umpire.
"17 overs gone. Nigeria are 126 for loss of 4. A new batter has come on, Vincent Adewoye, playing against the Zambians for the second time in this tournament, but playing with his teammates at club level. Government College Ibadan Old Boys Cricket Club. Mohamed Ayas Harun Dadabai have been entrusted with the ball by Javi Patel, the captain of the side. 3 more overs to go, 21 good balls to be bowled. What can Nigeria make out of it? They have 6 wickets at hand. And this is the period where jersey number 69, Vincent Adewoye, can make it count. They want to do too easy call. And yes, they make it. They have to run and run very fast. Sly, as his teammates love to call him, short form of Sylvester, complimenting what Vincent is doing. Skies it up, and he will be out. And he's out already. With that ball, didn't really do much, and has lost his wicket to make it wicket number 5 for Nigeria. And in comes Prosper Hussaini, the second highest wicket taker. Prosper Hussaini, on his day, quick fire runs is what he's good at. And that is what his teammates will be hoping he does. He has double digits at his back, 75. He will definitely not score 75. But his teammates and his coach and the entire Nigerian populace will be expecting that he scores double digits with some good number of runs. They want to do 2, and yes, they would achieve it.
Already into 1:30 now as we approach the last 2 overs of this game. Prosper Hussein off to a good start. That ball came too full and just pitching in front of his toe. I know what Prosper will have done if that ball had pitched a little shorter. And Ayat Adabai understands that as he's kept that ball at the same length that gave Prosper troubles at the first ball. 2 quick singles, no boundaries yet, but successfully they've gone between the wickets twice on 2 occasions.
Prosper Husseini plays for the most successful club team in recent times, Ibejileki Cricket Club 1. They want to do 2 and looks more like they want to capitalize on that pickup. Making 2 runs off every ball from the bowling of Ayas Dadabai. The last good ball of this over. Let's see what they make out of it. Can he send the boundary that has been long awaited for? But no, they are still waiting for that boundary. And once again, Prosper Husseini will resume at the other end for the penultimate over.
135 on the board, 5 wickets lost so far. Sylvester Okwe still in the crease, partnering with Husseini Prosper, who hasn't found the boundary as he usually does. Has been running in between the sticks consistently. 7 or 4 balls faced for Prosper. As Ayaz Dadabai's bowling inning has come to an end. The captain, Javid Patel, will pick up the ball. 2 ball.
One thing Javi will try to avoid is to put the ball at the leg side.
Leg side or offside won't matter, as Prosper made sure to come in contact with that ball immediately after the bounce, sending it above the fielder longer.
And that's what you get from Prosper. Quick fire runs. He doesn't have time to waste. He has one principle. It's either I score those runs, I go out. And they want to do 2. And yes, they get 2. 8 runs from 2 balls. Great start in the penultimate over from Prosper Husseini over Javi Patel, the captain.
And already into double figures, already on 15 after 6 balls faced. Advances. Oh, hands behind that ball. Just couldn't cop it. But the team is graceful as he stopped that ball from traveling to the boundary. Very magnificent stop by Madden Patel. Prosper still on strike. It's the second stunt we are seeing in this tournament, and Husseini Prosper is the latest victim of that. the ball that turned just outside of his bat. And without even looking back, he knew straight away that he was out.
He knew it. That once he missed that ball, Mahmoud Yamba Yamba will not spare him. Musonda, I beg your pardon. He knew already. It's quite unfortunate for Prosper Hussaini. He would have loved to play out the overs. And him playing out the overs knows what is in stock. But in comes the elder brother of Sylvester, Isaac Okpe. And we have seen brothers play for Nigeria national team. I might not be able to remember everyone, but I know there is a period where you should have Kwesi and Kofi Sego play for Nigeria then. There is a period of the Adegbolas, Yemi Adegbola, and of course Kunle Adegbola, who rose to become the captain of Nigeria. We are seeing the Okpe brothers, Isaac and Sylvester. And just maybe if Peter remembers any, he should explain to me.
Kunle Adegbola was already captain of the national team before I got involved in cricket. But this is the one that actually I met with, because I knew when I got into the national team. I knew when Sylvester was in the under 19 and then in the national team. I played against Sylvester in the youth setup and the under 15s before he made it into the under 19s. I know how good he is, and I've seen how steady he has improved. Captaining the under 19, captaining even the national team. That tells you what he is and what he has to offer, not just on the field, but intellectually as well as an individual.
You can say that again, and I was just racking my brain to say, are there still more? I know there will still be more, but again, I will definitely come up with some more names of families that have gone on to, represent Nigeria as brothers. Of course, we are now into the last over. Nigeria is on 148 for 6. That 177 looks more like a daunting task, Peter. Even when I know it might not be impossible, but it looks a bit difficult.
Certainly, I agree with you. I see Mohamed and Zaki Patel since their explosion against Sierra Leone. I haven't really picked up from there. I've seen Mohamed struggled in the first 2 games, struggled in the next game. It's their batting that is actually going to tell how the result is going to turn out.
Isaac has an opportunity to do damage. And he starts very well, sending the ball over Javi Patel, who had only one thing to do than just go and beg someone to help him pick the ball. He never envisaged it, and he was lost when that ball came off the bowling of Swep Pendi. First ball 4, and that's the job Tikolo has sent him to go and do. And back-to-back fours, that's what you do in the last over. And if you recall what happened between West Indies and England, Ben Stokes, that was an over they want to forget in a hurry. Maximum 6 times, we never saw it coming. But this has been 2 back-to-back fours. Much better bowling there from Sweb into his third. And 3 more good balls to be bowled. You could see on the face of Isaac Okpe, one shot of the number that he has at his back. He wears just number 10. He has 9 runs from 4 balls. He's on 200% strike rate. And his wicket is bowled. What a bowling and a comeback from Sweb. Nigeria has lost their 7th wicket. into the final over.
Played that ball back to his thumbs. He expected an out swing and tried to play to the swing for a ball that never swinged. And that ball, edge of the bat, into the wicket. Not too fun of a situation, but it's the end of the game. And Kenneth Boniface will be batting for the second time. Third international cap, second time coming in to play for the senior Yellow Greens.
And I recall sometime they call him Boniface. Plays for Foundation Cricket Club. Played at under 19 alongside the likes of Ramon Ali, Ukasha Isiaku, and how can I forget their captain then, Karim Gafar. Just one, and I think it's just fitting enough that the last two balls, or probably the last ball, will be bowled by Swep, and the person to play that last one is, and they want to go for two. Will they make it? And it's gone for that last ball. And Nigeria has scored
157 for 8 wickets. It lost 8 wickets in the first match, losing another 8 wickets today. But this time around, they boast something higher than the 131 they initially played against Zambia. 157 after 20 overs completed. Very good score. It remains to see if the side that equaled the highest total in this tournament can now do the same with the bat in the second inning. Good game, good inning for both sides. Let's see how the game goes. We'll come back after the break of the innings. The second inning will resume. Nigeria posted 158 on the board for 8 wickets lost after 20 overs. Zambia needing 159 in that limited amount of overs. Asim Mohammed starting on strike and will face off against Prosper Hosseini as expected, the opening bowler for the Yellow Greens. Try to ricochet that pace into the gap. Isaac very active on that point. Baidu is the opening pair, batting alongside Asim Mohammed. Hasn't picked up a wicket since match day one. Really struggled in that 10th. And a chance to score a run. Yes, it comes. Will they go for 2? They will settle for 1. Despite that ball finding the gap. Late movement from the batters. And they'll have to settle for 1 run after 2 balls. Zambia off to a slow start. The big bounce. Bat was dropped low. Only intention there was to protect the stumps. As that ball wasn't coming there, it means both the batters' bats and the standing wickets.
And I'm sure Baidu want to avoid a repeat of what happened in the first game when they met. He accounted for his wicket, Prosper Hosseini, and didn't score any run at all.
No matter how loud the appeal is, it's still not going to hold the decision of the umpire. She says not out, and not out stays the call. Baidu directly through wicket is the man on strike against Prosper Husseini. Keeping the balls high as well as keeping the balls low. Final ball of the first over the infield, but certainly Asia, the third man, combated. Just 1 run. It's 3 runs on the board for Zambia after the first over.
And I'm sure what will be playing in the head of Prosper Hosseini will be the fact that before now, he was at the summit, not comfortable at that summit, but he was the one that was leading the bowling going into today's game before it got started at all. But when Rwanda played against Sierra Leone, Emile Rukiriza increased from 4 he achieved yesterday against the Zambians and got 5 today. So you must say he's on an upward trajectory. 5 wickets he got for 15 runs in 4 overs. And the third umpire, Olawale Adekoya, gave him the match ball, and he also won for himself player of the match. Ukasha Ishiaku, birthday boy from yesterday, still in the mood of celebration. And when I mean celebration, he might just make it much better than it happened yesterday where he got just 1 wicket. Let's see what he makes out of this coming from the House of the Rock.
For a young lad, he really bowls fast. And those fast balls have always been problematic for batters. He should really just try and find his line, find that length on the stumps. Quite often we see Okasha go outside of the wicket, and each time the batters have understood their assignment, and that is just redirect that pace into the gap, and you get your space to score runs. Asim Mohammed nonchalantly makes contact with that ball, but still cannot beat Isaac Danladi, who is very active on point.
But this is much better from Asim Mohammed. He has faced 6 balls, and that's the number he came in when they first met, number 6, but scored no run at all. But now he has scored 2 runs, which is much better than what he achieved before.
Yes, I agree, but more eyes now on Asim Mohammed. More eyes now on Asim Mohammed after putting up 60 on the board against Sierra Leone. So there's going to be very much more expected of him, not just as an individual, but as a batter for Zambia.
Really, really threatening the 2 opening batters of Zambia, making things uncomfortable for them. Asim Mohammed, a striker, finding Ukasha Isiaku to play. And Ukasha, after bowling 5 good balls, yet to be played, and an opportunity for Ukasha to get his first maiden. You call it the Ukasha maiden.
And yes, a maiden it is for Ukasha, first international maiden. No runs in this over. Runs stay at 3 for no lost for Zambia.
It's looking more like a daunting task. Their current run rate is 1.50 and they require 8.67. And that means 156 runs in 108 balls. Again, it's Prosper Hussaini into his second over, and he will be desperately looking for a wicket. Or not wickets, but call it wickets. Brilliant shots. One day. That chase was just effort in futility. That was a lovely shot there, played by Mohamed Azrawuddin Kazim Baidu, the wicket keeper.
Lovely redirection of that ball. That ball coming towards the leg and had his bat at the right angle. Prosper still coming in heavy and made sure that ball went beyond him and raced all the way to the boundary for a 4. Good one for Baidu at the popping crease. Same direction, but this time at the much more shorter length. And Baidu didn't deal too well with it. Dot ball it is.
But I must show appreciation for that shot he played off the first ball of Prosper Hussaini. No movement. And of course, he's getting comfortable. Baidu
Prosper Hussaini, changed the line this time around. Kept the length, changed the line. And all Asim Mohamed Baidu just had to do was just have his bat at the right angle, like I said, and watch that ball go into the gap, race all the way to the boundary.
Much better bowling, but it must be said that this over have not been favorable for Prosper up until this moment. He has given away 2 fours, and that has come from jersey number 7, Baidu, the wicket keeper.
A back foot defense by field by the batter Baidu. 2 fours, 3 dots.
Baidu was the former wicket keeper before Musonda Yamba took over, and you have to give credit to Yamba the way he has taken that opportunity presented to him. Great comeback from Prosper Hussaini. After 2 overs, he's still to get a wicket. He has 12 more good balls to bowl to get 3 wickets or more if he hopes to meet up with Emile Rukiriza.
Yeah, and end of the 3rd over, that is the 11 on the board. No wickets lost still for Zambia.
Ukasha Isiaku plays for Kaduna State. He was a silver medalist at the last National Sports Festival, the 22nd edition, hosted by Ogun State. One bounce, multiple bounce, sends the ball for 4. Asim Mohamed. The previous over was a maiden over. But now the first ball of his second over, Ukasha was sent for 4. Nothing Isaac could do, just like he could not do anything about Baidu. Oh, brilliant. Another ball raised for 4, just like it happened in the previous over. Just like it happened in the previous over. Where they got back-to-back 4s. Ukasha needs someone to continuously speak to him. And he's being flanked by 2 players, Vincent Adewoye and Isaac Okpe.
No need to try and run out there as they had already crossed the 30 between the wickets. And to just die the ball, and that is what Vincent Adewoye did. As Baidu is now back on strike. This was that ball that went to the 4. Just pushes it up above the glove of the wicketkeeper as it races to the bound.
Looks like a good recovery from Ukasha after those 2 successive 4s. The next 2 balls have been dots, and he'll be hoping for a wicket. And that is one bounce for Isaac. Must be telling Nukasha, devise another means where you lock this down. This is becoming a bit expensive for us. Let's find a way to reduce these boundaries. And they want to go for 2. And 2 is the call, and yes, they make 2. And there is a bit of apology there. From Boniface. A loud appeal. Ramon Adilako is not interested.
And that is the 4th over for 26 on the board. No wicket lost still for Zambia. But they'll need to pick up the pace as they now need 132 of the next 96 balls.
They are gradually climbing up. What is required is 132 runs in 96 balls. And that means current run rate is 6.75 and required is 8.25. 27 after 4 overs for the loss of no wicket. And still batting Asim Mohammed, jersey number 8 and number 7, Mohamed Azaruddin Kasim Baidu. But the striker now is Asim. And expectedly change of bowling. Isaac Okpe coming into the attack after Prosper Hosseini will take a deserved rest and come back bigger, stronger and better. He still has 2 more overs. And there's a replacement for Prosper already. A square leg. And that is Daniel Agiekum. But people like to call him Ajekum. But he has said it. His name is Agiekum. And it has to be said, much better bowling from Isaac Okpe. Trying to cut down on the run rate. Oh. And the misfield in there from Joshua Asia. From what looked like just 1 run, Joshua Asia allows the ball to go for 4. Danladi Isaac could not stop that ball. And the ball raced for 4 after he was threatened in the batting crease with those balls. Asim Mohammed finally gets himself out of that tight corner. And they want to run. And yes, they do. Good running in between the wickets. Asim Mohammed has 17 runs from 18 balls. Mohamed Baidu has 8 runs from 9 balls. Aside from that 4 and that 1 run, you have to say this has been a much better over. And we are currently into the 5th over. Isaac Okwe threatening the storms of Baidu. And that has brought us to the end of the 5th over. And this is a sharp contrast to what Nigeria experienced. Nigeria lost wicket during the power play, but currently Team Zambia are yet to lose any wickets. And once again, Ukasha is into his 3rd over. Here's the ball hard. A great stop from Vincent Adewoye for just 1 run. Great shot from Asim. Was going to bowl that ball. Felt he might not be in that mood to bowl and bowl well. Ukasha has a rethink and stops to take the run up again. Busy fielder with just 1 run. Kenneth Boniface picks the ball after Sylvester missed that ball backward of point. Still not lost any wickets as we speak. Great improvement from Team Zambia. .34 for no loss. But we've seen some 4s, a couple of them happen within this power play period. He misses that ball by throwing away his eyes. Asim was lucky. Like we always say, eyes on the ball. But when the eyes are off the ball, then there is a problem. But he's lucky to still be batting. And Ukasha into his penultimate over. Still in search of his 1st wicket. Good backup there from the former captain to assist the current captain, Suleiman Ruchewe. Good over for Ukasha. And 1 more good ball to be bowled. And then we'll have come to the end of the power play. Another good bowling there. And ladies and gentlemen, the power play has ended. 34 for no loss. They need 125 runs in 84 balls. Nigeria still hold the ace. And of course, they require this 125 runs in 84 balls. But their current run rate is 5.67. And the required one is 8.95. How would they fare? Peter will be able to explain to you.
Thank you very much for having me on board, Seun Ajidagba. It's been looking really nice. Great start for Nigeria. That big boost in runs in the power play contributed to them having a competitive 157 on the board. And now, couldn't make good use of the power play, Zambia. Only 34 after 6 overs completed. But still no wickets lost. That's a big boost. Zambia, the first team in this tournament so far to not lose any wickets. In the power play, that is. Vincent Adeoye will be coming to bowl from the city gate end. Outside of the wicket, dealt with as it should be. Do not do that. Sent all the way to the boundary above the gully fielder. And now Suleiman Rusewe has requested Asia to push back from gully all the way to the third man. But that came that, medicine after the headache, as they say. And that ball has already gone to the boundary. Asia can only stop further balls from getting there. But already the first ball, it's a 4. Danladi pick up ball one time. That 2-time attempt sees Zambia complete another run very quickly. Is that a catch? No, it is not. First maximum for Zambia. Played all the way in the deep. Gave a wild chase, a big chase by the fielders. You look on the replay, outside, swinging in. Right contact, right angle. 2 fielders, both bodyguards to the ball as they saw the ball out to the boundary. Not a great start for Vincent. 4 of the first ball, a quick shift, and Asim Mohammed, his first maximum for Zambia. Three more balls. Outside of off stump, big swing from Asim Mohammed. Played the right shot in the shadow bat, but the initial attempt at the ball was to cut it beyond the reach of the wicket keeper. Goes big, Vincent, why are you doing? Right into the banner of Fireflies. Almost into halfway point of this game. And Asim Mohammed wants to boost the runs and put much more on the board than they did in the first power play. Same ball, same length, the same way the previous ball got sent all the way to the boundary, replicated by none other than the hitter, Asim Mohammed. Puts it on the leg, big bounce, sweeps it behind. Elochuku Umbudibim, the man who was fielding that short fire leg, follows the ball out of the fence. 4 more runs, 21 in the 7th over. A big boost in the runs. Now Zambia currently at 55 after 7 overs completed. Good continuation, I would say. Slow start, but the middle, it's not about how you start, but how you finish. Right now, Zambia are on track in their chase for 157. Current run rate is 7.86, required being 8. Certainly, they do have a chance. They did 104 of the next 78 balls. Asia demands to kickstart the 8th over. Lovely spin by the bowler. Field settle for a catch, but will they be able to catch up? Flicks it. No run, as that ball was flicked beyond the reach of Asia. Tried to flick it to the leg side and ended up playing it airborne. Luckily, it didn't go too high up in the air, and it's a wicket saved. Asia trying to keep Baidu on strike. As Asim Mohammed currently seems to be the danger man, hitting 2 big boundaries, 2 big maximums of Vincent Adewoye in the 7th over. Not being able to find that gap. Mohamed Baidu, 3 balls so far, no runs scored yet. Contact between bats and ball as that ball misses the grip of the wicket keeper, races all the way. Lovely chase, big chase by Ali Ramon. And they will settle for 2. 1 run completed. Now the danger man, Asim Ahmed, on strike. Bowled outside of his reach, a dot ball. 1 more ball to the end of the 8th over. Just 1 run at it so far. The runs of Zambia dropping like a chart. The run started slow with a big skyrocket in the bar of Vincent Adewoye 7th over. And they are suddenly dropped as only 2 runs was gotten in Joshua Asia's over. 57 for no wickets lost still. Some positive for the Zambia side going into the midway point of this inning. Another spinner takes the ball. And who else is it going to be if not Sylvester Okwe? Outside of off, plays up in the air, it's still within in the field, and it's a catch by none other than who else if not Kenneth Boniface. Fourth catch in this tournament, third international game. Since coming to make his debut, is giving the coach more reason to keep him in the starting 11. No catches dropped. Kenneth, one of the most efficient fielders, taking 7 catches in the ICC Under-19 World Cup qualifiers. Has added 4 to his name, 4 international catches right now. Outside of ball, brought to the leg side. As that gap couldn't be closed. 4 more runs. A boundary was sought for. A boundary couldn't be sprouted. As Kenneth Boniface, safe hands, I call it, holds on to that ball. First wicket lost, and in the 8th over, Jackie Patel comes 1 down, was 2 down yesterday, and today has been sent in at his usual number. Will be on strike for the 3rd ball. Outside of off. Another dot. On strike now is Mohamed Baidu. Caught it. Oh, there is no infielder. Asia, good chase. Picks the ball close to the edge of the ring. And it's 2 runs. Energetic Patel just coming in to complement Mohamed Baidu. Currently back on strike. A wicket so far. Sylvester picking up the first wicket. Bowling in varieties. Mohamed Baidu trying to cut that ball into the space. Plays underneath as the safe hands of Rosewe behind the wicket stops that ball from traveling. Last ball. Good thinking. Meets with the spin midway. And then the 9th over. Good total for Nigeria as they've managed to keep Zambia at 60 for 1 wicket after 9 overs. And now I'll be stepping outside for my colleague Sheung Wajidagba. Sheung, welcome to the comms box. Sheung, please tell us, the audience, who you have here with us for the interview.
Thank you, Peter Isewi. Fantastic job done so far. Apparently, I was the one that was holding that wicket, and immediately I stepped out for you. You brought the good luck, and Nigeria got their first wicket. After 9 overs, Zambia has 60 for 1. The current run rate is 6.67, and what is required is 9.00. Joshua Asia back into his 2nd over. And of course, it's great to have the man who has been working behind the scenes bringing guests upon guests now come here to face the interview. And it's a great pleasure for us to have the head of administration at the Lagos office of the Nigerian Cricket Federation. He also doubles as the man in charge of facility at the Tafawa Balewa Cricket Oval, venue for where this event first held, the maiden edition. And for this tournament is the Secretary General of the local organizing committee. Great to have Mr. Rickson Tete here with us. Good afternoon, Mr. Rickson Tete.
Yes, And that's a catch. I brought a good luck, and that's good
You
to
have
see.
always been a good person.
That's good to see that because I was already getting tensed with this current run rate. But that's good to see 2 for 2 after 9.2 overs. Thank you, Aji, and good afternoon, viewers around the world.
Let me first ask, for you to understand better, what is the job of a secretary general? When they say you are a secretary general, what is their job? You are the secretary general of the LOC.
Okay, to put it in perspective, I'm the coordinating secretary, so I'm helping to coordinate and see that everything from the logistics to the teams, the tournament, the commentators, the drivers, the ground staff, just ensure that everything is as planned and nothing is being left behind.
Talking about nothing being left behind, I must say that we are in match 10, day 5. Your assessment of this tournament from when it got started.
Okay, first let me congratulate the NCF, who has taken a giant step to ensure that we have this tournament. It's been hard work from the committee. They've been working, or let me say, we have been working very hard, even before the tournament started. Start preparations very, very close to the start time. I must commend the guys that have been in Abuja. They have been the one that started the organization, from the preparations to hotels, to the buses, to the tents, to the ground preparation, and so everything you are seeing here, it's been the guys on ground, from general manager to secretary general to members of the LOC here in Abuja. They've been the ones that have taken charge of everything, and you can see so far so good. We've had 5 days of intense cricket, good cricket. The guys are happy, the players are happy, despite the humidity here in Abuja. You can see the players are always ready to go every day, and the games keep getting better.
And talking about it getting better, we had the maiden edition in Lagos, and we had 4 countries: Nigeria, Rwanda, Sierra Leone, and Ghana. But this time around, we have Zambia coming in, and I'm sure they are loving this moment. What goes into preparing for a big tournament like this, in terms of looking for sponsorship, in terms of getting all the T's crossed and the I's dotted? I know it's not something that is very easy.
Of course, a lot goes into getting sponsors, to see that a tournament as huge as this is being held in Nigeria. At this juncture, I must say thank you to the president, Dr. Uyesa Nosawa Akpata, who has taken the bull by the horn, despite the funds available for this tournament, to ensure that yes, we have this tournament. And the Zambians are, I must say, this is their first T20 international match as a nation, despite being a very big cricketing playing nation. And now they are back. They are so excited. They are so happy playing against the likes of Nigeria, Sierra Leone, and Rwanda, who has given them a tough competition. We're back into the game after the short water break, and for me, it's kudos must go first to the president and the LOC, and the board of the NCF, who has ensured that we could have this tournament at this very high and competitive level.
We are in match 10. Looking at all the countries, from Rwanda to Sierra Leone to Zambia to Nigeria, how impressed have you been from these 4 teams, their performance?
I must say, as a person, as a cricketer, I've been very, very impressed watching Zambia compete, even after a very long time of being out of playing cricket at this international stage. They've shown that they have what it takes. You can see that's a very huge, massive 6 out of the pitch. So Zambia has shown intent from day one. The first game against Nigeria, who has gone unbeaten, was very close. They lost about a mega 20 runs, or there about 19 runs. And you can see now that with this chase, 91 runs required off 61 balls, with 8 wickets in hand, it shows that something can still crack out of this game. So Sierra Leone has come also to the party, especially against Nigeria. They've always come competitive when it comes to Nigeria. Rwanda has shown that yes, they are also a big team. They've lost only to Nigeria, which has also shown that it's been a very competitive last 5 days. And I'm sure that the main part of of the tournament will see some surprises spring out before maybe Sierra Leone can snatch a victory, or Zambia can also snatch more victories.
Before I let you go, I know you are a very busy person. I need to touch on a space that you are very passionate about. That is the Association of Cricket Umpires and Scorers in Nigeria. You are the Vice Chairman National to the Chairman Joseph Oche Onoja. Looking at the officials, from the people who are officiating today's game, Ramon Adelakun, Temitope Oniko Ijabar, Kehinde Olamiwonu, Dairu Abiba Moto NSC, Olawale Adekoya, and Modupe Ashafa, rating them objectively, what can you say about officiating?
You know, we've always said that we can pride about that we have the best set of umpires across Africa, and we are grateful to the NCF who has shown that the Akuse in Nigeria can give us the confidence to say, okay, yes, even if it's an international tournament, we know that you guys can deliver. You know, the opportunity to field local, all Nigerian-based umpires, and we can see from the first game up until now, there's been not even one issue. As a drop catch and races down to the boundary for a 4. You can see that every umpire has kept the standard from the day one till up to this time. We've had 2 umpires get their maiden T20I debut, and in this tournament also we'll have the most senior umpire in Nigeria, Ines Yamoto, gets his 50 T20I by tomorrow. So as an association, we are really proud, and we are grateful to the NCF who has trusted us to deliver, and by God's grace we are doing even, I'm sure, better than what was expected of us. And of course, it just goes to show that there are so many umpires that can do exactly what these other umpires are doing. Just the opportunities, and now that we're getting the opportunities, we are grateful to the NCF, and we pray and hope that this continues and many more umpires can also go up the ladder.
One more question before I let you go, and this also confirms the gentleman game and the professionalism that cricket brings. I look around every other sport, I struggle to see where a country is playing and people from that country are saddled with responsibility of officiating. You look at football, for instance, Nigeria can be playing, and then you have Nigerians as match referees. But in cricket, that's 4 runs additional to what they currently have. But you look at these umpires, despite being from Nigeria and officiating games that has to do with Nigeria, has to be professional at the highest level, no emotions attached. And I must commend you people that cricket is one of the few sports, or I can say the only sport, where you can have this kind of thing happen.
Yes, you know, as an umpire, that the first rule of engagement is to be non-partisan. So even if my twin brother is the one batting, I must officiate according to the rules and playing conditions that for the tournament. So, and these umpires are trained, they are professionals, they've been saddled with the responsibility of upholding the tenets of an umpire at this standard. So we are happy that even with the challenge, because of course it's not easy to officiate on your home ground with your country playing. I must tell you, it's not something very easy. But they've shown that yes, they can do it. They are non-partisan, they are professionals, and they are living up to what is expected of them to do. So I must say thank you to all the umpires, from NSC to Tokwe to Ramon to Wale to Kentu and Ashafa, and to our match referee also, who has also helped in coordinating all of the officials to ensure that they continue the spirit of the game according to its laws and playing conditions.
If there's anything I know about the coordinating secretary of the local organizing committee, the vice chairman of Akusin National, and the head of administration at the Lagos office of Nigerian Care Federation, who also doubles as facility manager, Ritin Tete, you have a very good crystal ball. Today is Monday, leading to Sunday. Can you look to your crystal ball and tell us the 2 teams that will play in the final, and probably the team that will win it? I know you have a good crystal ball.
Okay, being a Nigerian, and of course with the level of run where we've gone through the first half of the tournament, very obvious that Nigeria would be in the finals, and by God's grace, clinched to the second edition, being champions of the second edition. So the finals will be obviously between Nigeria and Rwanda. That's my prediction. Nigeria and Rwanda will play in the finals. Then I know Nigeria also take the day come Sunday.
Tomorrow is a big day. Nigeria versus Rwanda. Take 2. Take 1 was 9 runs victory. Take 2 will be a blockbuster. They don't want to lose again to Nigeria. You know the rivalry that exists between Nigeria and Rwanda. And I can comfortably say that, Ricky, after Nigeria, your second home is Rwanda. You know them so very well.
After Nigeria, my second home is Nigeria. So, I must say that, yes, Rwanda, we know the rivalry. They've left the Eastern African, and they've become very, very, very. That's a loud call, and yes, the hand is raised for LBW, and you can see that Ayaz Dabahi will take a walk to the pavilion, making the runs. It's 1 for 3 after 11.5. So, like I said, of course, Rwanda is a country I love, yes, but when it comes to the game of cricket, yes, we've shown that we are a bit more hungry for victory, and it will span like that even tomorrow, and eventually we will play the third round and the finals if they get to the finals.
Thank you, Ricky. But before you go, one thing is certain. The last time in Lagos, Nigeria met Rwanda thrice at the West Africa Trophy, beat them thrice, and then beat them again in the final. And this time around, they've beaten them in the first take 1. They want to avoid another defeat in take 2. Thank you very much, Coordinating Secretary of the Local Organizing Committee, Head of Administration at the Lagos Office of Nigeria Federation, and the man who is in charge of the facility at Tafa Balewa Kerova. So, if you want to land at TBS, you must get permission from Ricky Tete. And we have to get permission that he can take his leave. Permission granted?
Oh, yes, thank you, Aji. So before I take my leave, let me just say thank you to our sponsors, Dafabet, Spotbox, Fireflies, Dream Catchers. They've been worthy partners, and I want to say thank you to Rusa Advisory and everyone who has contributed to seeing that this tournament is a huge success. To the LOC, my general manager, Emeka Iguilo, my secretary general, Sani Mohammed, the chairman of the committee, Endurance OFEM, who has been a major part of the success of this tournament, coordinating from where he is. I want to say thank you to everyone who has made this tournament a success. I want to say that the job is not done yet. We still have 5 more playing days, and we must ensure that we keep to the standard, so that every of our visitors and our host team have a worthy experience. Thank you, Aji, and everyone who has made it a success. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Ricky Tete. And at this juncture, I would like to take a bow. Peter Esewi is anticipating to say something. Peter, you enjoyed that interview from Ricky. It's always an interviewer's delight, but likes to run away from interview.
Yeah, Ricky came up here, and from his presence, even before the interview started, Wicket started to drop. It's gone now, and maybe the Wicket might hold out a little bit, but certainly Nigeria seem to have this game already in the bag. 77 needed of the next 48 remains to see if the captain has what it takes to guide the team. Javid has really struggled. There's not really been movement of his feet in the tournament so far. The last 2 games he got out via LBW. The day before an LBW, yesterday an LBW. It remains to see if Sylvester will capitalize on that, putting balls on his toes.
They were so comfortable with our pace bowlers, especially Asim Mohammed was going to cause havoc for Nigeria. One over that we will not forget in a hurry was the over of Vincent Adewoye. You saw that over, and you saw what happened in that over. 2 maximum 4s and everything that you don't want to see as a team that is fielding was what we saw. A reason he had to bowl just 1 over. Maybe they will entrust him again with the ball much later. I don't know.
Cuts it, misses the grip of the wicket keeper, races all the way to the boundary. Third man Asia was brought into gully, and now he might be sent back as the ball reaches all the way to the boundary for a 4. Earlier on, you were talking about 2 brothers playing in the national team for Nigeria. But should I remind you that currently we have have two brothers batting for Zambia, Jackie Patel and Javid Patel. Jackie Patel, the one on strike, and Javid Patel, the captain, now off strike.
One thing I love about you, Peter, your ability to wriggle your way out of difficult situation. I did not ask about people from other countries. I asked about Nigeria, but then it's fine. Thank you for that information. I'm sure viewers across the globe will be very proud of that information, that just like we saw of Sylvester and Isaac Okpe, we are seeing these two. It's a maximum. No way that ball will stop. That's what he likes to do.
Very good end to the 13th over. 94 for Zambia currently, as they are chasing Nigeria. They are chasing this game to the very end.
And this is one area Nigeria needs to be very, very careful. 13 overs gone, 94 for 3. Nigeria didn't have this much maximum against the Zambians. And the Zambians, if my memory serves me right, I've had about 4 maximum in this game, and game not done yet.
Asia has been given the ball again to come in and spin. Had an excellent inning so far with the ball and the wrist. On the back foot, slaps it hard. But Danladi Isaac, the man, on long on, attacks the ball and returns it to the wicket keeper. After 3 overs, Asia just managed to give out 15 runs, taking 2 wickets in the process. A run off his first ball. It's his final over, and he would look to end it on a high note. Also on the back foot, Javid Patel. Slightly with a different move. And they will settle for 1. Zakir now on strike. The boundaries are not coming, but certainly the runs between wickets are happening for Zambia currently.
You can say that again. Zaki Musa Patel, player of the match in their first victory of this tournament. That was against Syria alone. And currently, he has 22 from 15 balls he has faced. And Javi is trying to complement his effort. Sent it up. And that was a beautiful catch there by Sylvester Okpe. Runs to pick that ball up.
That ball, the pitch, there was nothing David could do rather than try and play that ball down. That ball, the pitch, from the distance of the pitch to the contact of the bat, was too far out. There was no chance to have been patient. If he had tried to be patient and maybe just keep the ball, flow, and just try and take a single play. But that approach for a maximum, that first, initial decision that Zaki had taken, that no matter what, he was going to go for the boundary, cost them that wicket. A little bit, try and stay a little bit longer. That ball was too low for that kind of shot that he had gone with. And we see what the result of that decision is and what it has cost Zambia. They finished out the first 8 overs, not losing a wicket. And if you look at it, the next 6 overs that followed, 4 wickets have dropped already into the middle order after such a fantastic pairing by the duo of Baidu and Asim Mohammed. Javid now currently the captain. He's been controlling on the field in the first inning. Early on in the second inning, he was controlling off the field. And now he has to dictate the play, having been paired with Zoib Chand at the moment.
Excellent summation there from my colleague Peter, explaining to us how things panned out. And Javid Patel has scored 9 runs from 6 balls, including a maximum. And left hand batter, Zoeb Chand, skies it up. And that is a maximum. There have been, can I say this game has produced the highest number of sixes, especially from the Zambians. And see that lift of a ball, picking it very well. At some point in time, I think Okwe thought he could, but on the second look, the ball traveled higher, and he had no other chance than to just go pick the ball. And Sulaiman Rushewe is trying to tell Joshua Asia, please do it this way, not anything contrary.
Thinking from Zoeb Chan. I was thinking I was going to go for a maximum, which I felt would be a terrible idea because I knew Joshua Asia was going to withdraw that ball a little bit. Given he's a left-hander, that was what probably prompted that boundary as that ball turned in for his favor and he sent it to the boundary. Very lovely one from Joshua Asia. Good comeback. 3 wickets, 3 runs after 4 overs. Good bowling spell for the young chap. And Isaac Okwe seems to come and bowl the 15th over.
And you can see Zoeb Chad going to go and complain to the square leg umpire, Temitopo Uniko Ijabal, about that last ball bowled by Joshua Asia, feeling that shouldn't have been allowed. But then the umpire stood at ground to say, in my book, today, tomorrow, twice on Sunday, it's a good ball, and let the game continue. And he seems not to be comfortable again. Went to go and meet the standing umpire, who has now moved to become the square leg umpire, to complain about that ball. But I'm sure that the decision will be the same, and the umpires will be in sync. We'll talk about umpires in agreement of a particular decision. Javi Patel, Isaac Okwe, after just 1 over, gave away 5 runs, yet to get a wicket. But that was too full. That was missed by Javi Patel. And you can see no contacts made. If there was a contact, could have been singing a different song. They need 9.60 and they are on 7.27. 35 balls, good balls to be bowled, they need 56 runs. The first game, Nigeria won by 19 runs. This game is looking very close. They still have 6 more wickets at hand. And Nigeria needs to work and work very hard. A swing and a miss. All Zoeb Chand wants to do is just to swing the bat, irrespective of where the ball goes. He wouldn't mind. Plays it up. And they want to do 2. But no easy call. A case of brother helping brother. Sylvester helping his elder brother, Isaac, in ensuring that just 1 run. And this is one of the things you like to avoid in a cricket game, where you have a right-hand batter and a left-hand batter. It makes you change the field all the time. And I'm sure the eyes of Nigeria will be fixated on getting Zoeb Chand out. Hits the ball for just 1 run. And Nigeria again will have to change their field setting by virtue of having a left-hand batter.
he has always been the one to keep it cool and calm when the runs are starting to skyrocket. Every time he gets the ball, the run rate drops, and that is the kind of middle order bowler that you need. Those bowlers that come in the middle, breaking the opening pair partnership. Those are the kind of bowlers you need, and one of them is Isaac Okwi, and another is Joshua Asia.
Not also leaving out the former captain of the team, Sylvester Okwe. 2 overs have just been bowled by Prosper Hussaini, yet to get a wicket. Don't know whether the captain will trust him with the ball. Brilliant scoop there. That ball raised for 4. Ukasha and Joshua Asia. It was just effort in futility.
The first successful scoop to actually race all the way to the boundary. The previous one, was the first time we saw that, was John Bangura. Look at that. Had all his body behind the wicket, waiting for that ball to come beyond the bat, and he scoops it all the way above the wicket keeper and the infielders. John Bangura tried to play a similar one against Zambia on match day 3. Didn't beat this same Zoshan on fine leg. And we've seen several, but none has actually raced to the boundary. What it has actually done was open up space for the batters to try and run. Zoe can get the first successful scoop that races all the way to the boundary and then leave the 15th over with 109 for 4 wickets lost. 15 needed of the next 30 balls. He used that for Zambia against this recently bowling Nigerian side.
Zueb Chand, just one more run, he would have been on 200% strike rate. But it's less than 200% strike rate by virtue of scoring 11 runs from 6 balls. And Javid Patel, having faced just 8 balls, scored 11 runs, including a maximum. And it seems as if Captain Sulaiman Rushewe will be entrusting Ukasha Isiaku with the ball. The third umpire, Kende Olambiwonu, has brought in another ball, and inspecting those balls are Javid Patel, the captain of Zambia. Coincidentally, is on the field batting alongside Nigeria's captain Sulaiman Rushewe. Check complete for the ball. Agreement done by the 2 captains, and game can go ahead as planned. 5 more overs to go. Zueb Chand and Javid Patel batting. One thing is for sure, Zambia will score more than what they scored when they met Nigeria. It was a day of 19. They scored 119 runs. When you pick the 1 and 9, they ended that game in the 19th over, and Nigeria won by 19 runs. So it was a 19.
Zambia playing all out against Nigeria. I think this is an improvement. Sierra Leone, dominated the first inning, just slightly better of their performance from the first game against Rwanda. What Zambia is doing here today is an improvement. It remains to see if they've improved enough to get themselves that much needed win to close up the gap against Rwanda. Currently, they sit 6 points behind Rwanda. A win right now could see them go Lubia. Asia seems to be uncomfortable, fatigued, I would say, and he's been drawn out for a replacement 12th man.
Ramon is not interested. Neither is Temitopo Niko Ijabar interested. All he just wants is Ukasha, let's continue with this game. But he felt he had something. The 12th man for today is Elochukwu Undudubem.
Close contact, played that ball in between his thighs. And just over the head of Ukasha as they will settle for one run. 10.34 required now as the game goes forward. 49 needed of the next 28 balls. A huge task at hand. Patel and Zoib Chant.
I think at this stage they will appreciate the wicket of Zoeb Chand by virtue of how he has consistently made them to rotate the field setting. Good piece of fielding from Danladi Isaac. But his teammate felt he could have caught that ball, but it wasn't possible.
It seems like Ukasha Fogo is bowling to a right hander this time. The same line he had given it to Zoib Chand was the same line he had come for Javid Patel. And this time the umpire does signal a white ball.
We could see it from here. It was clear.
This time comes to the other off stump. Off stump, offside of the right-hander batter as Javid Patel plays the air.
And if you see the action of Javi Patel, it looks more like he wants to go after every ball. So just imagine a bowler is coming with that pace and suddenly just delays that ball. There's every tendency that he would miss that ball.
Elochukwu, the 12th man coming in for Joshua Isha. A very fantastic stop at that end. Good end. Quick field rotation for the left-hander Zoe Chand. The required runs keep increasing. Already at 11.04 this time around. The lesser overs get, the more aggressive the batters will be, and Nigeria can capitalize on that. Full ball. Quick adjustment to the bat by Zoe Chan and plays it into the gap between sleeps and points. And that is 4 more runs, 4 less runs to worry about. 42 needed of the next 24 balls. It's going to be a huge task. As long as no wicket falls, Zambia might hold up this game till the very end.
But don't you think that Ukasha Isiaku, momentum dropped for him? This was a player that started out his first over, but more importantly, the second over for the team with a maiden, eventually finishing on 25 from the remaining 3 overs.
A bowler like Ukasha, I understand he's young, he still has a lot to learn, but a bowler like Ukasha, with that amount of space, needs to consistently be on the stumps. Okasha is always going off the stumps quite often, and that has seen runs come off his balls. As most of the time, most of the boundaries is considered, and most of the singles being taken, it's not as a result of the batter's prowess. It's just that understanding of, oh, this ball is already coming fast. I do not need to have power behind it, and then gets that ball redirected into space, and that's all is just needed. Ukasha goes off the wicket a lot, and that gives the batter a chance to capitalize on something.
You saw the look on Isaac looking unhappy after bowling that first ball. He felt Javid Patel, the captain, shuffled to try and play that ball, but he missed. But then the umpire felt that was a wide, and he felt this same process again, and just one run. They are looking for the boundaries, but the boundaries are not coming like it's supposed to. Maybe this is the man that will break the partnership of Javid Patel and Zoeb Chand. Javid is on 100% strike rate, and Zoeb is on 200%. Shows the partnership that exists. Haven't scored 16 runs from 8 balls.
An extension in the field trying to block that leg side as Okasha is being moved from short fine leg to the deep. Okasha is brought back in at short fine leg, and a deep square leg has been employed. Deep square leg, deep mid wicket. Trying to cut off balls going towards that leg side. Haven't really found boundaries on their offside. No ball call by the umpire. Very tall Isaac Okwe, but couldn't keep his feet below the crease line. Oversteps, and that is the call. That is the punishment.
And I told you, I said when Nigeria and Zambia met during take 1, they finished on 119. Now they are on 121. This is a free hit for Javid Patel, who is still on 100% strike rate. A wide ball.
Isaac Okwe looks very frustrated. The wind of the first ball, which he clearly disagreed with. And then a no ball, he felt he was within the line. And now the next ball that follows is a wide ball. Doesn't seem too impressed. No, for a player of his caliber, he certainly does. He's certain of what he can do, and he knows that he cannot bowl too many extras in 1 over. But the umpire's eyes are, the umpire's calls are always precise, even if not 100%, at least a 90% accuracy in umpire calls. And okay, Isaac just has to make do and agree with that, and try and bowl a proper and legal delivery. Comes on the stumps.
And that was that free hit. Don't forget, there was a free hit before that ball. And then a wide now came. And Isaac, after complaining, and that complaint fell on deaf ears, and his captain also went to talk about it, he had to just smile and allow it slide. 123 for 4. Credit must go to Zambia. Big improvement.
Come on, John. It's Isaac we're talking about. It's Isaac Okwe. Trying to scoop him. For ball coming very close to the batter. Unsuccessful scoop. And now Isaac knows his plans, and Isaac is not going to take it lightly.
He skies it up. And a drop catch. Bad day at the office. Vincent Adewoye with the bat didn't contribute with the ball. He was knocked around. Reason the ball was 1 over. An opportunity now to make amend and stop the stress that Zoeb was giving them. He bungled that opportunity again. And see that again on replay. Thank you, producer.
If you can't do it, then fine, I'll do it myself, says Isaac Okwe. After Vincent initially dropping the catch to have taken out Zoeb Chand, Isaac himself goes for the stumps, and this time Zoeb Chand will walk back to the pavilion.
That action of Isaac says everything about what Isaac has been going through. From his bowling that he felt the batter shuffled to try and play, but the umpire in a wisdom felt that was a wide. Then the other one where he felt was a good ball, but then the umpire said it was a wide. Says everything about Isaac, and you saw the jubilation. What a way to end the 17th over.
Yeah, very good end, 123. 5 wickets already. The runs is actually quite scary now. 12 will be quite per over. 36 of the next 18 balls. A huge tax as Prosper Hussein is coming in to bowl. How Zambia plans to score that, I do not know. But they will just have to. Soyi Pendi is now the one partnering with Javid Patel at the start of the 18th over. 3 more overs, 18 balls, lot of runs to score, 36. Huge task right now for Javid Patel.
Prosper Husseini has not gotten any wicket today. He's under intense pressure. From the 2 overs he bowled, considered 10 runs. Will it be the problem? And they plays it up. Another drop catch. What is going on? It used to be a safe hand. You can keep your money with Victor or Kenneth Boniface. But he dropped that catch. And see the look on Prosper Husseini. No ball call by the umpire. Free hit for Soe Pendi.
Will he get the best of Prosper Husseini? I guess not. If that ball doesn't beat square leg. How's that? Finger goes up in the air. Quick throw, good throw by Elochukwu, who is coming as the 12th man for Asia Joshua. Now the runs just going up. Should have been a wicket, a catch for Prosper Husseini that was missed. And now off the nobody, couldn't even score a run. They attempt for a run. Another wicket drop off a free hit. some people forget that the immunity from a free hit doesn't apply to a run out. And Zambia have lost a very important wicket, already down to their tail end. Contact with the middle of the bat. Good throw by Eluchuku. The legs of Jared Patel just couldn't carry him in time into that popping crease. And now another wicket falls for Zambia. Really been competitive all tournaments. Today might just not be their day. Zoe Pendy off strike. They will go for one. Yes, they will stay at one. 1 run scored. Zoe Pendy sent on strike. Madney coming down the pecking order, coming in as number 7. Full length, frozen properly dealt with by Zoe Pendy is on off strike. Their chance for 2. No. Danladi is there. A little bit of frustration displayed there by Madney. Didn't get the contact he was looking for, but that length that Prosper Hosseini is coming in is actually very difficult to play. The best way to play that shot is to meet it before that bounce and shuffle out. The ball is pitching just outside of the foot of the batter. Very difficult place to play. Tries to reverse sweep it. This time around, showing the direction early to Prosper, who didn't seem to care and just kept on zipping that ball down. And then to the 18th over, 128, it still stands. This time 31 we needed of the next 32 balls. A huge task, 15.50.
Did I hear you say 32 or 12 balls?
You heard me right, Ajidagba. 30 plus runs of the next 12 balls. A huge task for Zambia at this point. Pendy not being a big hitter, Madney not being consistent all tournament. This, if there's any game Madney needs to step up and find out about this, it is now. Any dots or any time they have to run in between the stumps, it is just going to keep the run rate going higher. And the moment the run rate is above 30, there's nothing you can do at that point.
This is the period where you always need an Isaac Okpe at the death when he gets clutch. He knows how to get the job done, and his over has been very, very tidy. So it's going to be difficult for these batters to actually get what they want. They need 15 per over, and you can see there Adeshe Mowo, the physio of the yellow green, working alongside Rixin Tete into his penultimate over. And I told you that that's the man you don't want to deal with. Finally, he gets a reprieve after having what looks more like a terrible day. He gets the wicket of Shanawas Madney with that catch, Vincent Adewoye.
Madney has struggled to combat that length of balls against Prosper Hosseini. This time he came outside, made space to make contact with that ball. But come on, we're talking about Vincent. He dropped the catch, but we know how efficient Vincent is in holding that ball in his grab. Similar to the one Selim Salah took against Rwanda. Replicated that feat, a catch at the covers. Very much needed catch for Nigeria. They already seem to have this game in the bag. It just remains to see what Zambia want to do of the remaining 5 balls. New battle in for Zambia. Aslan Bacha the new batter, batting from the house on the rock end as Isaac Okwe runs in from the city gate end. Should have come in a lot sooner. Is it a maximum? Yes, it is. Should have come in a lot sooner, as in Patel. It's coming at number 9. And it's gotten a maximum. And that's why against Isaac Okwe, the certainly type of runs they need. Runs have now dropped. It's 25 of the next 10 balls. Any more maximums will shift the pressure entirely on the shoulders of the Yellow Greens.
You can say that again. The first game, Nigeria won by 19 runs. And at some point in time, it was looking like they would get more than that. But with these batters, an out has been given. It looks like his wickets. So the batter is out, and that runs might not count.
This game has been full of thrills. The decision by Azim Patel to go back in and make that full-length ball has backfired, as he's had to walk back to the stands, meeting his wicket. There's a first time for everything, Sheung, and this is the first time we've seen a batter get hit wicket in this tournament.
And that's an unfortunate situation for Mohamed Azim Abashai Patel.
The wicket keeper batter, Musonda Yamba Yamba. The strike is in. Quick wicket. It's now 24. It's now still 25, but it's 9 balls remaining. Goes big. Does he get to the boundary? No. Is it a catch? Neither. Good run by Isaac Daladi from point. Knew he wasn't going to get that catch, but made sure that ball did not beat him. And that is very, very intelligent from the young chap. 24 off 8. 18 runs needed now. It's the required run rate. Plays it in the air. It's definitely not a boundary. Still in the cycle. Sylvester Okwe at the end. A very good. This is how you back up your brother. And Sylvester Okwe has done that. Another wicket. So he penned his decision to go big has backfired. That is, I mentioned this earlier again. I said that when you get to the very end of the innings, you start to see batters become more aggressive, and that is what the bowlers want to capitalize on. That aggression. The wickets are not falling, but certainly the batters are having to work out by another way of dismissal.
You can say that again. Excellent thoughts from you, Peter. And of course, he's already having a good day at the office from how it all started. Isaac Okwe is now on 4 wickets. He can wrap things up by getting this wicket. And that's Aslam Batsa to end everything. Oh, yes! Five wickets. Isaac Okwe. He now has 10 wickets in total. What a way to finish. 5 for 25 in 4 overs. Nigeria winning by 24 runs. Winning by 23 runs, I beg your pardon.
More runs than they did last time against Nigeria. But regardless, Zambia still couldn't meet up with the intensity that Nigerian batters came with. Good game between both teams, no love lost. And that is the final, that is the result of the match 10, match day 5. Nigeria winning for the second time against Zimbabwe, this time by 23 runs. A very good end to the game. And mind you, that is not all, as we have more games here on this ground tomorrow. It's still going to be another big clash between Rwanda and Nigeria. Nigeria being the home team. And tomorrow, Zambia might look to pick up their second win against the team they pick up their first win against, being Sierra Leone. Sierra Leone, who is currently hungry for their first win. It is going to be a very intensive game. Rwanda looking for vengeance. Zambia also looking to continue, pick up their streak against this side they picked up their first win against. End of match day 5. Match day 6 will commence tomorrow. And we'll be going to the post-match presentation shortly to listen to both captains and as well as present the Man of the Match award. Big thank you to Dreamcatchers, Dapper, especially Sportbox and Fireflies. See you at the post-match presentation.
Good evening and welcome to the post-match presentation for Day 5, Match 10 of the second West Africa Trophy here at the Moshood Abiola Cricket Stadium, the Package B. At this juncture, may I invite the captain of the team Zambia after Nigeria won this game by 23 runs to make it 5 out of 5. But I will invite Javi Patel. Javi, what a brilliant game you had today. The first time you met Nigeria, it ended in 119 runs. But now, you scored 135. That's an upward trajectory. There are some positives you can take from today's game.
Yeah, we make some few mistakes. Our batsman, special top order like Mohammad, they didn't score in the spin at that time. Need to score 20 runs, that 2 over, and we lost only 20-something runs. So we didn't take that opportunity.
Javi, first 8 overs, you had not lost any wickets, and Mohamed Asim was going all guns blazing. I saw him strike the ball, and I kept asking myself, is he a golf player or a cricket player? But immediately his wicket was lost, he began to do things fall apart for Team Zambia.
Mohamed Asim, he did very good batting. And second, credits go to Nigerian bowler. They bowl lane and line, and they have good pace bowlers. That's why we didn't manage to score, but we'll try to improve next game.
Talking about improvement, I can see a lot of improvement in Team Zambia, and I'm sure that in the next 2 years, Zambia will be a tough nut to crack. After playing 5 matches, you've won just 1, but you can take positives in how you have batted, how you have bowled, and how you have fielded.
Yeah, and new generation, like in Zambia, there are so many youngsters now coming up, and thanks to the ICC, they are recognized Zambia, and we are forward, and so many youngsters. Next 1 year, 2 years, you see Zambia, it will go up.
All the best.
Thank you.
Well, you just heard from inspirational captain Javi Patel. Things are growing up in Lusaka, Zambia, and watch out for us in the next 2 years. At this juncture, I will now call on, what a sheer coincidence. Today is day 5, March 10. When you have won 5 and you have beaten your opponent twice, 5 times 2 is equal to 10. Sulaimon Rushewe. Congratulations, Skip.
Thank you very much, sir.
How excited are you winning this Navy game? I saw you, for every ball, you kept changing your field because what Zambia brought was a different thing entirely.
Kudos to the Zambia guys. Really good to see them up to the batting attack today, and good to see my bowler coming their nerves to bowl to the right channel for them.
At some point in time, they were comfortable with your pace bowlers, and you had to change strategy, bring in the likes of Isaac Okpe, who would always, give you what you want. Joshua Asia, Sylvester Okpe, all coming to do what they are supposed to do, and that is the reason you won this game with about 23 runs.
Kudos to the bowlers, Isaac Okpe standing up again today, and kudos to the guys that hold the middle order, and good to see them restricting them as quick as possible.
Up next is tomorrow big game against Rwanda, take 2.
Very, very well. We take it out. We take 1 at a time. It's game for us to win, but we still have to play our A games. We bat well and we bowl well.
We bat well and we bowl well. That's the word of Captain Fantastic Sulaimon Rushewe, still unbeaten at this tournament. But before we invite the player of the match presentation, it's imperative that I invite a level 3 umpire and one of the finest in Africa, Kendi Olabiwonu, to do the honors of doing what was done for a player in the previous game. Emile Rukiriza of Rwanda had 5 wickets, and today Isaac Okpe has also joined that line of grabbing 5 wickets. Congratulations, Isaac Okpe. Congratulations. Let me now invite to help me do the player of the match presentation. Honorable mention to Isaac Danladi with the bat. It was very impressive. But hey, hold on, Isaac. Better luck next time. Let me call on the president of Millennium Cricket Club. And when you hear the word Millennium, it's all the way from Abuja. Ramesh
Gaji to help me present the player of the match. What a sheer coincidence. The player of the match grabbed 5 wickets for 25 runs in 4 overs. And when you say 5 wins, 5 wickets, 5 times 5 is 25. Isaac Okpe. Player of the match, long coming, Isaac Okpe. You could have gotten this against this same Zambia, but he went to Prosper Hussaini. How excited are you today winning the player of the match?
Well, first of all, I say thanks to my team for the support and the backup. If not for them, it wouldn't have been possible. So it's always a good feel to get the man of the match with the support of the team.
Of your 5 wickets, I have in my heart the wicket you cherish the most because of your celebration. Of the 5 wickets you took, which one would you want to look back and say, I was very proud of that wicket?
I'm proud of all the wickets because it wasn't easy out there getting a wicket. So all the wickets I've been proud of because without getting a single wicket, maybe we would have talking about something different with Zambia now.
Can I just preempt you? I saw how you celebrated for the wicket of Zoeb Chand.
Well, it's cricket, my boss. So we celebrate for everything.
And what should we expect from Isaac Okpe?
What I always remember, always everything I keep doing, everything I've done and what that's yet to come.
Thank you very much.
All right.
Well, you just heard from the player of the match. Congratulations, Ziki Isaac Okpe. From us here at the post-match, this is match 10, day 5 of the second West Africa Trophy, sponsored by Dafabet, Firefly Sport and Entertainment, Sportbox, Rusa Advisory, and not also leaving out Dreamcatchers.tv. We resume again tomorrow for day 6, match 11. What a blockbuster fixture. Nigeria versus Rwanda. Take 2. From here, Oluwaseun Ajidagba from the Package B. I'll be back tomorrow by God's grace. Adios, amigos.